Um, Before we start, I think one of the things that excites us about the ecosystem is the idea of networking. And there is no better way to begin the networking than having a way where we can at least meet 2 or 3 people who we don't know, because we all do not know each other. And it would be a shame for us to live here without having 2 or 3 additional contacts that we can rally together with. So I'm going to ask us to do a small exercise. And from where you are, please stand up. Now, I'm going to give you a very simple template for networking. It's speed dating format. So there are only 3 questions. Your name and organization, that's one, so that at least we know who we are talking to. Your favorite holiday destination, and your favorite food. And you have to get at least 3 people who you do not know. So you don't start with the people who you know first. So I'm going to give you 10 minutes, and I will ask randomly. You have 10 minutes starting now. I can see some of you cheating. Some of you know each other. After 1 minute, you move on. Move on to the next person. Favorite food, favorite holiday destination, name, and organization. Five minutes to go. You should be on your finishing round now. Three minutes left. 1 minute. You should be in your last introduction. You should be finishing now. Alafu. All right, let's have our seats now. Let's have our seats. Let's have our seats now so that we can continue. Let's have our seats now. All right. Now the true judge of whether you have actually networked is coming. The time of reckoning is here. Were you listening or you were just talking? And the true judge of whether you are listening to the discussion will be revealed in due course. So I'm going to start with you, my friend. You came to me. Who introduced you? Who did you network with? Apart from me. What is Julius's favorite food? Just remember where he's from.
Yeah, so I networked with Julius and Dr. Frida. Julius doesn't like holiday.
One meeting, guys. One meeting.
He doesn't like holidays. But his favorite food, Julius nikumbushe. Yeah, grilled tilapia.
Grilled tilapia. Charcoal grilled tilapia.
Yeah.
Julius, who did you network with? Wasiwa.
Yes.
Wasiwa is Waiswa.
Waiswa.
Okay.
Derek, yes.
Where is Waiswa? Waiswa? Okay. What is Waiswa's holiday destination of choice?
Gishagi.
Gishagi. Okay. Waiswa.
No, where they have mountain gorilla. This one, the one with Gishagi. Where they have mountain gorillas.
Are they in
Uganda.
Kenya? Must
There's
be
a
Rwanda.
mountain gorilla somewhere, Buindi, yes, forest in Uganda.
Okay.
Mountain gorillas.
All right. Waiswa, who did you network with?
First was Simeon from ASEC.
Simon.
Simeon from
Simeon.
ASEC.
Okay.
Favorite food is chicken and mokimo.
One meeting, guys.
And favorite destination is Lamu.
Lamu.
Second person was Julius from MSM.
Okay.
Favorite destination is Lamu, and he loves charcoal grilled fish.
Tilapia, yes.
third person was Chande.
Are you seeing achievement?
A third person was Chande. Is one of the founders of ASEC, and he founded Lake Hub. Best destination is Kisumu, and he loves. Oh, that eludes me. I've forgotten why he loves eating. Thank you.
All right, that's okay. Simeon from ASEC, who did you network with? I'm trying to prove a point here. We can even take a pause there. Now, the power of networking. I mean, I don't know what else would illustrate the power of coming together. You know, it's one thing to be in the same room, and it's another thing to network. So I think as we go through today, I want you guys to reflect on this. A bird that flies off the ground and lands on an anthill is still on the ground. And that will be our overarching sort of foundation for today. And ASEC has set the pace. The reason we are here at the first, Enablers Forum, targeting, looking at the leaders of ESOs, is groundbreaking because it sets the pace for the next 10 years and beyond. And for us to effectively be at the forefront of enabling ESOs to do their work. And to kick us off, I'm going to welcome our opening remarks from Bwana David. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Hamjamboni. I think when I was speaking with Joram there, he told me, by the mere fact that we're already here is a success of the day, right? Because we're already networking, we are bonding, we are taking off the ground, right? As the MC has mentioned. So a bit of welcoming remarks from my end. So allow me to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you who is present here, and also to acknowledge presence of some important people. Masi, utaniambia kama wako, sindio? So the important people that are in the room are first of all yourselves, right? Founders and CEOs of ESOs, right? We have that. We have the team from KIEP, right? And we're implementing a project of KIEP as ASEC. And that team is here, or if they're not here, they'll be here. We appreciate them. We have other management firms that are working to support the KIEP program. I've seen ITATU, I've seen Daktari here. I've seen the APM team there that is managing communications. I don't know if Growth Africa is here, or they should be coming. And of course, all of you founders and also team members from ESOs. Also, if you're not a founder, I'm sure you're on your way to being one, right? I also want to recognize the previous boards of ASEC, as in I've seen our founders over here. So I appreciate you. The current board members, almost everyone is here. And the management and staff of ASEC, and our CEO, Jambo. Yeah. So as ASEC, this Ecosystem Enablers Forum is really a first. I think the MC mentioned, right? And we are really excited to have you and to discuss and reflect on the issues affecting our ecosystem. This is very important. And I just want to underline this thing, right? Ecosystem. What is it? And us as founders here, we're actually building that ecosystem. As David, I believe a lot on ecosystem orchestration. How do we orchestrate the ecosystem? And I think all of us are actually orchestrating it. We couldn't have been founders. We would not have founded anything within the entrepreneurial ecosystem if we didn't want to create a change and value within that ecosystem for ourselves and for the entrepreneurs that we actually support. So I think an analogy of this ecosystem, what is it really? And they say it comes from the word ecology, right? Which is really the environment. And you can think about like a rainforest. What do you find in a rainforest? You find species of trees, you find animals, you find insects. There is the soil, there's water, there's the sun rays that penetrate there, right? And these things are not by themselves an ecosystem, right? But the ecosystem, rather, emerges from the relationship that each component has with the other forms in the ecosystem, right? And that's it. That is what we are. Is a relationship that each and every one of us has with each other that is really creating the ecosystem. So in our ecosystem, we can have ESOs, and we're actually present here. We have resources, co-working spaces. We have the innovators. We have donors. We have, we have investors. They give funds. Some investors are in the room. But without collaboration, connection, and trust, there is no ecosystem. And this event is really building on that, right? It's creating the collaboration, connection, and trust that we actually need to build this ecosystem. And for this ecosystem to really succeed, what should it have, right? I think one of the things that we should have is the social capital. Social capital. And our friends from Kaufman Foundation, right? They said an ecosystem culture that is rich is the social capital, the networks, the norms, the social structure, and that facilitate coordination and collaboration for mutual benefit. It's really like a rocket fuel for entrepreneurial growth, right? Rocket fuel for entrepreneurial growth. So if we have that active ecosystem, we're really fueling entrepreneurial growth, right? So that is one thing. And the other thing that all of us provide as ESOs, as members, we provide training and knowledge for the innovators that we work with. And I think you've seen, right? Some innovators we work with, especially the creative sector, they can make great products. They're really good at it. But if you tell them to run a business successfully, hey, that's a problem, right? And we are providing that training and knowledge, that hand-holding for that innovator with that creativity to actually sustain a business in the long run, right? That's what we provide. We also provide resources, co-working spaces, the technical assistance that we provide access to finance. Those are also necessary. But at the core of it, right? We say for the ecosystem to really exist, we need the entrepreneur. We need that innovator in the ecosystem. So our entrepreneurial ecosystem, the Kenyan entrepreneurial ecosystem, exists to support the local entrepreneurs that we are working with. I know you guys are coming from different countries. I met George there, coming from Nakuru. There are people coming from Kisumu, right? We're building the local entrepreneurs within our ecosystem. And we can only be judged as successful, right? How can we say we are successful as ESOs, right? With a very simple question. How is it for somebody with an idea in our ecosystem to succeed? Right? That's a very simple question. That's a basic question. If we have an innovator coming to us, can they succeed? If they can, then we have an effective ecosystem, right? And thinking about today, and I think we have a lot of stuff for you as ASEC, right? We have 4 objectives for this session. We want to reflect on ASEC's vision, roadmap, as we embark on a journey towards a decade of impactful engagement, right, within the ecosystem. We were speaking with Riro here, and he was saying, we are proud that this baby is now really taking off in a big way. If you have a baby, or you founded something, or you're associated with something that is going down, you don't want to be there, right? We were saying that we would have given a lot of excuses not to be here. I'm busy, I have to do that. But now, at least the founders, the people who thought about it, they're here in the room, right? And they're seeing that this baby is taking off. So we want to reflect. What has that journey? Now we've done 5 years. We're going to another 5 years. How will it look like? That's what we are going to reflect about. We want to engage in a focused dialogue and align our collective efforts towards advancing the interest of ESOs. Really, as a board, we've really been pushing for that. What are the interests of the ESOs? Having you, founders and CEOs here, what are your interests? That's what we want to advance, right? Then we want to identify and explore emerging opportunities for collaboration and growth. What are the emerging opportunities? Let's talk about it, right? What can we do more than we have not been doing previously? And then we want to foster an environment that encourages meaningful networking and collaboration among all of us. That that trust that we want to build. That's what we want to foster, right? So I really thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you really great deliberations for all the things that we will be doing today. Thank you.
Thank you, Bona Chair. Next, I want to invite the Vice Chair, Anne Lawi. Karibu.
Good morning, everyone. To me, like David have said, us being here today is an achievement on its own. I'm really honored to have all of us here. And I know this is one of the things that we have been pushing to create a platform where we are able to come together, not because we have an agenda or we have a conference, but just to ignite a conversation among ourselves. And to me, this is a testament that we have come a long way and we are willing to sit and discuss and dissect issues that we have been facing as an ecosystem. And for me, this is a testament of success of a growing ecosystem. We have been, ASEC have been in operation for the last 5 years. I'm glad to have been part of that journey from when the conversation started, because I know they started earlier on than 5 years, and we have been part of that. But beyond that, for the 5 years we have been in existence, I have been there for 5 years in the leadership. And it's have been such a reflective journey for me today, as we prepared for today, because the question is, and I know the question that comes from most of us, where are we going? What opportunities are we creating? Are we still on the right path? What hard question do we have to keep on asking ourselves? And what answers do we want to hear? And are we willing to listen? And I think that's what we are doing today. We're just asking hard questions and asking ourselves, because ASEC doesn't, you gave us the mandate as leader, you donated authority to us as a board. And we facilitate the secretariat to run the association. But essentially, the association belongs to you members. You delegate to us and tell us what to do every year when we do every other meetings that we hold as an association. But today is when we sit and ask ourselves, are we still on the right path? What are those things that we need to do? How do we get to do them? Do we have the tools? Do we have the resources? And if we don't have, we are the resources. And to me, it's such an honor to have this conversation. I know it's not an easy one, but I'm also hoping that we have an honest, open conversation, knowing that the ASEC belongs to us. We shape the conversation. We shape the narrative. But also the results that we want to see have to come from us. Nobody will give us those results. So as David mentioned, our core of the conversation today will be on the reflection of the journey. And we heard from the feedback we got from our last meeting when we had the conference. And I really loved the last session that we had, where everybody really opened up and said, we say we are creating value for our member. Do we even know what is value in the first place? How does value look like for us? I think this is where, and I know we have had a lot of conversation in different places, but let's have that conversation today where we are saying, my value as an ESO, as an investor, as whoever shape and form you are in the ecosystem, this is how value look like, and this is how I want anchored. But also on the other hand, we need to have an honest conversation in terms of how we keep on facilitating the association itself in terms of delivering its mandate. I don't want to talk so much, but I wanted to say that as we start the conversation today, let's anchor it in honesty, but also willing to put the work. And one of the areas that I would want to ask us as members, please, let's put leaders who are willing to do the work, who have the skills, the availability, the the networks that the association need, because we are heading to election. But most of the time we have to really beg you to give us people within your organization to become the leadership that we need. If we don't have the right leaders in the organization, how do you expect us to be able to deliver? So it's also back to you to ensure we have the resources. You avail yourself as a leader, so that then whatever objectives or goals that we set for the association, we are able to achieve. I believe, and I have seen over the 4 years, that we, together, jointly, we are able to achieve a lot. But if we continue not to really dedicate ourselves and our resources into developing this, we will not go so far. That said, I think my biggest ask for speaking is to set the expectation. And because we didn't plan this with any expectation. So I want us to think through and ask ourselves, what do we want to achieve today? And it's an open conversation, so I want to hear from all of you. What do we want to achieve? I know most of the ask we have had. Can we have a forum where we ask ourselves, we have an honest conversation. So what do we achieve today? And that's a question I'm posing to all of us. So that then at the end of the discussion, and I know the next session that we'll be going into will be reflecting, starting with where we started. And it's good. I like that we are going to the source. This is where we started. What was the vision like? Yeah? Reflecting and then asking ourselves, where are we at? Are we on the right path? Are we veering off? What do we need to do? But before we do that, so what is our expectation? Volunteers? Joram?
Good morning, everyone. Great to see all of you. My expectation is, I know how hard it is to run an ESO, so don't try and impress me. I want to hear the war stories. That's what adds value to me. So let's keep it real and just discuss the real hard issues, because that's how we're going to help each other today.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Keep it real, 100%, 200%. Any other expectation?
One over here. Good morning. My name is Joanne Bessia from Tech Mindset Africa. And one set expectation possibly would be communication. General communication, different communication channels.
Thank you, Joanne. Yeah. Thank you, communication. Any other expectation? Esther.
Morning, everybody. Esther, in case you don't know me. I think I just want to add on to John's point. I think not just communication, but transparency. I think one of the things that we've been missing lately, I know I haven't been plugged into the association for a while, but I feel like there's been opaqueness, or maybe just broken communication. So that's why I would like to tag on to the point that she made, just say transparency.
Transparency. Salome.
Hi, everyone. Salome from Sinapis here. One thing I'm keen on getting out of this forum is seeing how we can better collaborate. It's a man eats man kind of world, but just because Sandbox is doing something doesn't mean Sinapis needs to reinvent the wheel and copy Sandbox. We can work together with Sandbox. So how to see ways we can continually foster collaboration instead of reinventing the wheel, more or less, just so that it's not a competitive kind of vibe. Yeah.
All right. Collaboration, synergies. Sheila.
So I think a lot of ecosystems have a vision for their ecosystem, but I don't think as Kenya we have one. So I think it would be nice to have that conversation around where do we want as a country to be, because we have all the best minds here. If we can have even a vision of that 10 years from now, how that looks like for the country, not just for the association, then everyone of us here can contribute to that. I think that would be good.
All right. The vision not only for the association, but for the country. All right, we have 5. So we agree on this. That's what we want to achieve today. Yeah? Okay. Rose, Dr. Rose.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rosie Marandi-Kareithi from Jasiri. My point is linked to Sheila's. Basically, how can we position ASEC better so that we are the place to go to when we talk about policy influencing, policy development? We are the champions of ensuring that Kenya has a conducive environment for entrepreneurs to flourish. We're doing well on innovation, but not really on entrepreneurship.
All right. Positioning, ASEC.
Okay, hello. My name is Collins from Vijiji Hub. Could just add one point on the expectation about rethinking impact. As Dr. said, our focus is it just about the cities, or we have this transition about how our rural economy is also doing. So let's focus on that also, I'm expecting. Thank you.
Anne and then Victor.
Hi, I'm Anne. I'm thinking about the future. What does ASEC look like 10 years from now? I think, and how does ASEC support the people who will have been there 15 years by that time, at the same time as the people who will be freshers at that time? Thanks.
Victor? Sorry.
Thank you very much. My name is Victor. I think for me the question is, are we really ESOs? Are we really supporting startups? Is a question that we should ask ourselves, because I think we come with the assumption that I'm an ESO, I'm a hub, and I'm supporting startups. Are you really supporting startups? So then that feeds to ASEC in terms of our role, because I think there is a mismatch between entrepreneurs and startups, and we, Mercy and ASEC, Onasemanga, we are the representation of ESOs and startups, but are we really? So just a clarity on that. Yeah, could be we are landlords, but we don't know.
Thank you so much. 2 more hands up. Jeremy, then Chris.
My name is Jeremy. Just to note that all these are good, but remember to have fun and network. So.
Fun. Chris.
I think I just couldn't help but adding to Victor's voice. I think when we said ASEC, it was startups and SMEs. And we have to also remember that we are supporting SMEs, not just startups. And so if we're going to have a conversation around, are we really supporting, then it should be, are we really supporting startups and SMEs? And are we also then going to, quote unquote, from this forum, exclude the startups and SMEs? Or how do we bring in their voice into this conversation, even though it's an association of people who support them and want to have those conversations, but how do we bring their voice so that it's not us saying what we think they're saying and therefore then translating it, but we can actually directly hear from them their expectations of enablers towards them, and how then can we respond as enablers to respond to that voice. So that's a question. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Levi. So maybe my expectation is just where is our strength and how do we push the needle? Because if you have to carry everything, you don't give 100% to everything. But if you get where your strength is, you give it your all. Thank you.
We keep moving the needle. Catherine.
Hi everyone, I'm Catherine. Just to build on what Victor and Chris have mentioned, I kept asking myself, if you're supporting the startups, then we also need to ask if ASEC is supporting the ESOs so that they're able to have the capacity to also support the startups. So starting from there, then it can now drill down to who we want to have an impact on.
All right. And Bernard, who else? I want to bring to close our expectation.
Good morning. Okay, so for me, I think one expectation I have is, can we come out of this room with clarity on a number of issues? One, do we feel like we have clarity around who we represent and how we do that? Number two, can we have clarity around our relevance in a dynamic and changing ecosystem? Like, things have changed from the time ASEC was founded. So how are we adapting to that change? And how do we remain relevant? So those two.
Clarity on relevance and clarity on who we represent. Basil?
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, I'm just jumping in later, not late. But yeah, I think if it hasn't been mentioned, just to build up on what Catherine has said, it's not just if ASEC is supporting, but I know it's been a couple of years since ASEC was initiated. What is it that they've done? I think it will be good to have a reflection of what has been done to support, because right now we are far into what has already 5 years, in. So I think it will be good to reflect on what has already been done and what can be done better to support startups and SMEs. Thank you.
No, not startup and SMEs, it's ESOs.
Okay, ESOs, thank you.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Good morning. My name is Donald Odhiambo. For me, I think my expectation would be, I think ASEC was envisioned to be an enabler of enablers. At some point, maybe as members, we feel like it is sliding into being more of like an enabler. So my expectation is, what are some of the weak areas that we can strengthen as members to ensure that we have the vision that was there for ASEC at the beginning? I'm one of the members who are there. Thank you. Sorry for being late.
All right. So thank you so much. And we have 16 expectations. But some of those are cutting across. They are building on each other. But this is what we want to see today. I know we have half a day, not a whole week. But I guess it's how we one, structure our conversation. Secondly, how we target our discussion towards what we want to see today. And maybe at the end of the discussion, we'll come back and see, based on the different activities, the conversation, and the World Cafe activity that we'll be doing, most of it that will be geared around the issues that have come up today. We see whether we can be able to extract some way forward and see how we can plug those way forward into the ongoing activities, initiatives within ASEC. But most importantly is to start having this honest conversation, transparency, knowing who we are supporting, who we represent, are we on the right track? That's the basis of today's conversation, and I'm glad we're already having it. So having said that, I leave it at that. I want to hand over to Mercy, maybe mention 2 things, and then maybe move to the next activity. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Anne. You've summed up the entire expectation of this leadership roundtable very well. My name is Mercy Kimalat, for those who do not know, the CEO for ASEC. And what a joy to see each and every one of you. I really just want you to give yourself a big clap, just to each and every one of you, because you decided to actually sit at the table. you know, and say, I want to be at this round table and help shape the direction. Started way back, right? So 2015 there. But the ASEC was different from what ASEC is now. And we're saying we have actually been able to close one chapter. 5 years is down. The next chapter is looking at 5 years to 10 years to achieving a decade of impact. But the only way we can get there is by two things: a shared vision, where we're going, and a shared voice. What are we saying? Because all of you are all stakeholders. You have your own community of networks and partners. If we can help have a collective vision right here in this room, then every meeting you're in, every entrepreneur you're supporting, you're carrying that ASEC spirit down with you to them. And that is the whole purpose of this roundtable. And one thing I want to mention also, and I like what Joram you said, entrepreneurship is hard. True or false? Or many of you sleep at 9 p.m., wake up at 7 a.m., life is great, a cup of coffee, yeah? No, sometimes you have to work longer hours. Stay on phone calls after phone calls until literally your body is telling you, you need to go for a break, right? It's tough. And you know why it's tough? It's because you're actually making a diamond out of the rough. You are investing in your own ESO to ensure you have the best curriculum, the best team, the best processes. You know, you're interlinking with the best partners to deliver the products that you want in your own organization. In short, you're trying to be competitive. And that is tough because you're trying to be set apart from others. But guess what? The journey doesn't have to be lonely. Why? Because you have a community. When you have a community, you can lean on them. If someone has a resource that you're lacking, you can ask of it. If someone can actually come in and help you think through, you have that. So yes, the path is hard. And it has to be because we're creating diamonds in the Kenyan ecosystem. But the journey doesn't have to be as difficult because you have this community right here. And that is actually why we created the CEOs and Founders Exclusive Roundtable, because we need to have that honest conversation. I have had some of them with each and every one of you. You're forming your own event, you're struggling because a project has come to an end and you have to send 25 people home. What do? Right? You don't have to walk that journey alone. We are here with you. This room is rich with more than 50 years of experience right here. So no need to get an MBA. You just need to tap into this room of expertise. So in short, I'm really happy to have each and every one of you here. Everything you've listed will be addressed either in the forum or continuous. And as we are engaging, I just really want to just echo what David and Anne have said. Let's be open, all right? What is not working? What is working? Where are we going? Because if you don't do it together, there's only so far we can go, right? And I just want to say a big thank you to, again, each and every one of you to come for this event. And I'm looking forward to a very engaging session as well with each and every one of you. Karibuni sana. Yeah.
All right, we have our marching orders and moving in quite swiftly to the reflections. And how we're going to do the reflections, I'm going to invite a team up front. Maybe, Brian, you can help me with a switchover. Remember, what we're trying to do is build a library of knowledge that we can then use to set the vision for the next 5 years. And you cannot know where you're going, you know, if we don't have clarity on where we are from, which is something that has been raised there. You know, what have we achieved over the last 5 years? And a good way to start that conversation is to have the former leadership or the former conveners of ASEC to come in front and give us their reflections of the last 5 years, potentially, what they'd like to see, because they have, I'd say, a vantage point from what they have been doing, the formation work. It is difficult. Like Mercy saying, you're working on a diamond, So I'd like to invite the following. So Bernard Chira, Sheila Birgen, Jeremy Rio, Linda Onyango, Joram Mwinamo, Anne Salim, Chris Odongo, Esther Ndeti, Marianne Akoth, and Victor Agola. Please come to the front.
Do you want me to sit next to you?
Okay. They picked the oldest, not in age, but in ESO longevity to moderate. And the whole idea of this session was just to hear where have we come from. Do we have a mic there? Okay, we have mics that can circulate there. So the whole idea, can you also use this? Is just a reflection of where we've come from. A lot of the people here were involved in a lot of the initial deliberations when the association was being set up, which means a lot of them were running ESOs at that point and deliberating on the different issues. Are our World Bank friends here yet? Is there any representative from World Bank? Oh yes, we have somebody. And I think we also had Florence Kimata at the time, who played a very big role in just pushing for us to come together and set up the association. And so, where do I start from? We have an inaugural chair. And I remember what his era was like. Bernard, maybe you can open the floor by telling us the kind of depend we threw you into and what was it like at the beginning as the inaugural chair of the association. I hope you all don't mind if I stand and keep moving around. I always have Oprah-like ambitions, so I take every opportunity to actualize them. Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Nice to be here. What was it like? Wow. It was a lot of things, but of course, when you're starting something new, I remember one of the things that started happening when this conversation started is that initially, everybody wanted to rally around the idea. I remember the first meetings, they were quite packed. They used to be like almost this room, yeah? Back in 2018. But along the way, as things progressed, the groups started getting smaller, right? And around that time, KIEP was being conceptualized. So there was also a lot of, let me say, uncertainty or people lacking clarity on why were we doing this. I think some people thought, wow, I think there's money coming, so we need to be in, And I remember that the initial conversations were really about the community, about the ecosystem. They were not about money. It was more of like, we kept meeting in different forums, yeah? You run a hub, I run an incubator. And we'd meet at forums, and we'd meet on the next forum, and somehow people started talking, and like you realize, wait, you know, we do have a community here, an ecosystem, but why is it so difficult, you know, for us to achieve our objectives of supporting the entrepreneurs that we support? Yeah, so the idea was really come together, think about issues that affect all of us, and find a way to create a platform for everybody to feel represented, to have a voice, and to tackle those big issues of the ecosystem. I feel like that was the idea. Yeah.
Was it easy? You have people you sat with on the board. I think you had a few resignations.
Oh yeah.
What was it like at the beginning? Give us your just quick personal experience.
Yeah. I remember, like, of course, when we launched, you know, like, I remember, like, when I decided I would vie for chairman, it was like rescuing the boat, because people had refused to vie for the first. Nobody wants to be the first because you don't know what is going to happen. So I think I applied quite at the, you know, 11th hour as it were. But I think it gave people a sense of this thing is possible, we can do it. And I really thank the inaugural board, because yeah, people stepped up, and we came together. But it was a process. It was hard, because even space to meet you know, was something we had to figure out every other time. And then coming in a space where you are now going to kind of create something that represents everybody in the ecosystem was very hard. How do you build that trust? How do you help people understand we're not coming together because of Kiev or because of, you know, some hidden agenda? We are really coming together because it's about time. So it was very hard to kind of build that kind of understanding. I remember even like after the elections and the board was in place, we didn't have a secretariat. So really the board was also kind of a secretariat. But there are some people in the ecosystem who I feel showed a lot of leadership during that time. Some are in this room. They were not on the board, but I must say someone like Chandi, who is in this room, did a lot for ASEC, even in terms of getting our papers approved by the registrar. You know? So we have this moment of, you could see that the platform was needed, people wanted it, and we built it. But it was very hard the initial days. We didn't have money, so it was all volunteering and pushing World Bank real hard and all these other guys kind of support the enablers ecosystem.
Thank you. This is all about reflections. I remember there's a lot of people who thought, you know, if we're building this and Kiev is a driving factor, what happens when Kiev is gone? You know, will the association survive? And there was questions around whether it's just for a project or whether we are really coming together for the sake of the ecosystem. I want to jump to Esther. I think for all of us, just be thinking through then and now. How do you see, like you've been involved in the funding space, what was it then, like then, and what do you see in terms of the transition up until now? Very briefly, if you can just give a reflection of, you know, how you see the space has evolved.
I mean, that's a really big question, so I'll try and keep it narrow. But I'll give context first. So when I joined this inaugural board that led by the very able Bernard Chira, but there, kudos, you really did a good job. You need to understand that I was outside coming in. So I was running the East Africa Venture Capital Association at the time. My members collectively were managing about $10 billion of assets in East Africa. So my perspective was different. I wasn't really looking at sort of like it from an ESO perspective, but as looking at it as an opportunity even for my members, right? And also, and I think it's Anne who was saying, and Lawi when she was doing the intro, that you need to have people in your team who have the networks, like over and above being an ESO or being an CEO, whatever it is. You need to have the networks and all of that. So I came in with that perspective. Let's bring the voice of the investor. Let's bring wider networks than just ESOs as well. But also my background was I used to work at Andy, the very first team of Andy as well. So I'd worked with we used to call them intermediaries, not ESOs. So I had really sort of like been part of the community for a while, and I really wanted to bridge, because the narrative at the time was ESOs, accelerators, they do all this work, but they're not building pipeline for investors. As in, that was the narrative. So how do you change that? You plug yourself into sort of like the community of the ESOs, and you try and see if there's ways that we can be able to elevate or highlight sort of the work that's being done by the members. How has that evolved is the question. I think there's still, and this goes back to my point around transparency and things like that, I still think that there's a lot of bottlenecks to the way information sits. I still think that I'm not entirely sure, especially now that I'm not, that time when I was part of the board, it was perfect because I could have an eagle view in terms of what's happening, but as soon as I was out of the board, I really don't know what's happening, and I'm not able to plug in effectively. But that being said, as a fund, we have worked with ESOs directly to build our own pipeline at Unconventional Capital, because I knew Savio with Mount Kenya Hub is doing what, he gave me entrepreneurs. I went to Diana, she gave me entrepreneurs from PES, I even came to you, Joram. So, because ultimately I still want to be able to change that narrative. I mean, you guys are doing great work, and there is pipeline for investors. It's just, we need to change. We need more data, we need more information, we need a lot more transparency, and also that cohesion as well. There's lots of things. So one of the things I remember that used to bother me even before sort of like being part of ASEC was this, you meet a really good entrepreneur who's been to like 6 programs. He started at Wild, then he went to, let me see who's here. Then he went to Anlawi's thing, then he went, Make IT, then, like, what's happening, right? But even for them, they didn't understand what the proposition was, what are they being offered, and how does it sit in the journey, right? So even when you talk about collaboration, the one word that is used at ASEC meetings is collaboration. I hear it every time. What we need to figure out is how, the structures, right? Like, how does one entrepreneur sort of like graduate from this program to the other, right? Or imagine you can also reject people and recommend them to another program as well, right? But anyway, this is sort of like neither here nor there, but that has been the evolution so far.
Okay, thank you. Victor, from entrepreneur to ESO to government and back.
Hey man, it's been a journey.
Tell us. Tell us that journey and what you saw in Canaan and what you brought back.
For sure I didn't get honey or milk. But I got character development. I think maybe just so that we're not just sitting on positives. I think for me, my reflection for the last 5 years, and of course these are behind the tent conversations we've been having with different folks, is that I think we also dropped the ball at some point. So yes, we can say KEP and World Bank, but it really was a major sticking point to the degree that we had another association formed called Countrywide Hubs. And I think there was a lot of conversations around the same, and I think it's something that still bugs me up to now whenever we're talking with David, Magda and the likes. I think we lost an opportunity to be able to really have a national outlook, influence, and have a nationalistic programs. I think if we are able to mend that, or the current leadership can be able to mend that, I think that would be fantastic. I think I was among the first people who resigned. I think I have a habit of resigning everywhere. Should we call a resigner now? Of course we are volunteering, we are trying to run our own organizations as well as run ASEC. But I think also we as board members were not also honest with ourselves in terms of what do we really want to do and achieve as ASEC. So of course I felt that different people are coming for maybe for pipeline, for work. I mean, everyone is struggling. At VIFA I was struggling. Again, Bernard is here, is leading a team, is volunteering, and just because Sheila and Yango, so let's say for example Sheila is looking for work through ASEC. Of course, if you find that that would affect or impact our relationships and the effort that I would put as a board member. I can't give 100%, and I can see Sheila and Bernard maybe siphoning some money through some program. So, I mean, that didn't work. I don't know if that's happening now, but I felt that from an ethical perspective, even if we're volunteering, we shouldn't use the association as a platform for running your own personal interest. So for me, that, just to be honest, and I think I'd mentioned this to all of us. And lastly, I think one of the things that we also lacked was a clear theory of change. So yes, there was World Bank, there was a lot of happenings, but I think we never took that time to really have a very clear thought process in terms of what generally is our theory of change in terms of impacting the ecosystem. Of course, we have the internationalization, Mercy anapenda kuimba hizo vitu, internationalization, yes, those were good to start with, but I think in the last 5 years, we should have shifted to realities and tried to be relevant to the ecosystem. We have at least, now this is me from government, we have at least 10 associations, all of them within innovation. So we have Blockchain Association, we have DFSAC, Digital Financial Lender Association. I mean, we have a lot of associations who should have all been an umbrella, not an umbrella, they should have all come and ASEC, because literally you're addressing the same issues. So it means that even when you're engaging with policy conversation, it's very difficult. Everyone is bringing their own bill, everyone is trying to engage government, which makes, again, ASEC lose relevance, and again, you just float somewhere there. So I think generally those are my reflections. I think it was a fantastic board. I think we enjoyed ourselves pretty much. But I think if we're able to get our relevance, align ourselves to African and national priorities, and just get decent people to the board. I think as Esther was saying, a lot of us switched off, especially when you saw, the quality, the type, and the drive of the people coming was different. I mean, I can attest, and maybe probably my colleagues can attest, we gave 100%. I mean, you would go and look for opportunities for ASEC, like literally as a day job. So I think that aggression, maybe it's been there, maybe I've not noticed, but that type, quality, and aggression maybe has been lacking over the years. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your candid reflections. We can go to Chris. Are we helping startups and SMEs? I think you had that question. And what has the evolution been like?
So I think it goes back to when the association was coming together, and there was a huge debate around, are we an association for startups? Are we an association for SMEs? And a whole lot of confusion, aren't startup SMEs or aren't SME startups? And what about micro businesses? And what about large businesses? And all that was happening in the context of the CAPE project, and the CAPE project was also seemingly not clear whether they are coming to support startups, SMEs, or all together. And there were those heated debates, and then the enablers were like, yeah, may I support startups, may I support SMEs. Are consultants also enablers? Should we have lawyers? Should we have auditors? But then the umbrella conclusion was the Association of Startups and SME Enablers, so that then it includes both people working with startups and people working with SMEs and people working with both, because then we realized that the whole thing was we are enabling, and even the word enabler is we were enabling businesses to succeed, whether they were startups or SMEs. And so that settled that whole conversation. And in fact, it was not ASEC, it was CASE, until we went to try and do the Kenya Association, and then we went to register and were told there's no longer anything that starts with the word Kenya unless it's government. You know, so we say, but there's Kenya Association of Manufacturing. They started a long time ago.
Yeah.
So right now, if you want to form anything that has the word Kenya, it comes at the end. So with great pain, we changed to ASEC. Yeah, so that it's an association. But then that began the journey of trying to figure out how do we then support SMEs and how do we then support startups. And we had conversations around what's a startup, what's an SME, what's the difference, and then that even led to the startup bill, because then there was an MSME policy, but there was no startup policy. And we ended up also talking about the, what is it called? The code of conduct, which was, as ESOs, when we are supporting businesses, when you're supporting startups and enablers, do we have a standard or a joint framework of saying these are the standards that startups and SMEs should expect when they come to us? But again, always the underlying thing has always been a hub, you know, like a physical space. And a lot of times the hubs then lean towards supporting startups. And so even as we've talked about supporting SMEs, the conversation always somehow quickly shifts into startups, you know. And when you bring people back into SMEs, it's sort of like a lost conversation. And I've always sort of even sometimes wondered, should that whole conversation just be separate? Victor is saying there's need for harmony. Sometimes I think there's need for an association for startup enablers, so that then it's focused around conversations for startups, and then another association for SME enablers that then is concerned around conversations of SMEs. Then a quick thing I want to say also is coming back into now supporting startups and supporting the association to do that. I think that when we wear our hat as enablers and when we go into bringing our networks and bringing in to support the association, I think that was also then a place where people brought in their networks. I remember very well Bernard bringing the Norway guys, Pangea as well, Basil and the GIZ Hub and Chandi. So bringing those people to then support the work of the association. And I think the challenge there that then arose was those organizations had not actually been clear that they were supporting enablers. In their mind, they were supporting entrepreneurs, you know, and also as part of the formation of ASEC, there was a whole thing of how to engage with government, how to engage with KIEP. But KIEP was not coming to support an enabler. KIEP was coming to support the very startups, and by pushing back and saying, and KIEP, the conversation at the time was, KIEP was coming and was saying there are no local enablers, and so we have only foreign enablers who can come and support the Kenyan ecosystem. And that was actually the beginning of the pushback of saying, what do you mean there are no Kenyan enablers? We have iHub, we have NILAB, we have Wild, we have Pangea, we have all these local enablers. And you, as World Bank, sorry, you're saying there are no local enablers. So we really fought back. And so part of the whole conversation was then, as the KIEP project comes, then there's need for enablers to have visibility, to be visible, and then also enablers to be supported to become better at that. And so that whole conversation then, my conclusion was, my final thought, not conclusion, my final thought was, as we pursued supporters for ASEC, these supporters for ASEC were really looking to support entrepreneurs. And that could be the source of where ASEC then sometimes appears to be working directly in competition with enablers, because a lot of the supporters come and say, yeah, we see you bring together in ESOs, and the question is then, how can you support more entrepreneurs? And the part of empowerment, in terms of, we had said, if we can come together, then as an association, we can get bigger contracts, bigger jobs that then can go to the members. And I think the long and short of that is that, yes, the association has gotten those bigger jobs, but then now the association has appeared to be competing with the very enablers that are its members.
Okay, thank you. There is another World Bank project coming. We'll see if your muscle has grown to get local enablers. Basil, from enabler to donor, is it and back or
development sector?
Development sector. Have we achieved product market fit? What do you see out of our evolution as ASEC?
I think that will majorly be my reflection on have we really achieved what we intended to achieve. So my ASEC story is I learned about ASEC through Bernard, and at the time 2018 when I was trying to transition from Tanzania coming back to Kenya, I remember most of the guys I know, Sheila, yourself. The first time I was meeting most of you, Riro, I met them in Tanzania. So when I was even vying as secretary through Tectona, when I came in, I remember Chandi telling me, kuna politics inakupiga mahali, they're saying you're Tanzanian and you're not Kenyan, so you're coming to buy here. And then, I told Chandi, you handle that fight, I'll wait for the results. But anyway, fast forward, I managed to get in. So, initially I think what we set out to achieve, there was a lot of fragmentation within the ecosystem. Guys were working in silo. I think that was said a lot, and that is what we really wanted to, try and solve. Again, the question is, I don't know if that has been solved. Victor has already alluded to the fact that, there are so many associations coming for everything. Are we widening that gap? Are we narrowing it? That will be a question. The other thing was, of course, there was conversations, and there were conversations at all levels on, sustainability of enablers and stuff. And, the thinking was if we come together, of course at the time there was also AfriLabs coming together. If we come together as Kenyans, can we together work towards ensuring that all our efforts as enablers can be sustainable? Again, I don't know if the association has so far been able to support enablers to achieve that. That again will be a question for us. There were issues that led to even having policy there on how to safeguard the interest of enablers, especially when they're engaging with partners and stuff like that. When Chris says, I tried bringing in JZ, that was my reason for resignation. Probably I've never mentioned it before, because at the time I had, that I was working now with development partners as a mole to inform them on ASEC strategy. And as a mole. And so when I had that again, I was like, I'm not going to fight this war. I'll silently, I'd already joined JZ at the time, and I was like, I'll just step aside and let the association grow without me. I still support from the outside, of course. But the point there was, we were trying to see if we can have policies in place that can safeguard enablers from being exploited, especially when working with donors, development partners. I think there were some issues that already come up at the time. So again, the question there will be, have we been able to achieve that in the last 5 years? Again, another question mark. Among other issues such as capacity building, issues to do with collaborations that have already been, talked about. Are we really collaborating? But I think that has since improved. Even the fact that we are here, it's that collaborative effort that has brought us here. So these were some of the things that were not happening at the time that we wanted to try and bring together. And working with this fantastic team, I think we, in part, tried to achieve that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sheila, another one from ESO to donor, and not yet back. What are your reflections? You are at IHUB, now at KTN, board member. What are your reflections about our journey?
Well, I think, first of all, I feel like a lot of the conversations we're having here, we had them 5 years ago. So go figure what that means. Because the fact that we're still having conversations around who we represent 5 years later, I think speaks a lot to our aligned mission, or if we understand that. I worked on the first presentation for ASEC, and I just want to read what we wrote in that first presentation. Okay? So about ASEC, who we are. ASEC is a national membership organization open to any organization that operates as a startup or SME enabler and referring to themselves as a hub, accelerator, enabler, innovation house, maker spaces, SME advisor or consultant, manager or implementer of activities or programs for entrepreneurs, co-working spaces, innovation centers, or incubators. So we still don't know who represents. This was the first presentation. So I was really keen on tracking our milestone. I'll also read our milestones. On 5th October 2017, we had a founding meeting. I remember this was over beer, actually. We were drinking. Yeah, so it was a meeting, but it was a meeting, but low-key wasn't really a meeting. It was a meetup, okay? But then, it was a milestone because we hadn't had a chance for all the different hubs to come together. So this was big. Then 9th March 2018, we had a soft launch at Nairobi Innovation Week. Omwansa was still at UN and he was starting Nairobi Innovation Week. It was not called Kenya Innovation Week at the time. So we had a mini launch there in the evening, and then we had, what's the name of that building in town where we had that event? Some place in town. It was during that week anyway. And then on 3rd December, we registered ASEC under the Kenya Societies Act. That was 3rd December 2018. 15th February 2019, subscription to register to vote and join ASEC was open to target members. 9th January 2019, registration of association was announced to stakeholders. 15th March, first board of the management of ASEC was elected into office. 25th April, we had a round table, like this one, actually, on supporting the entrepreneur and SME enablers, and this happened at Nairobi Tech Week. And then 26th April 2019, we had another panel discussing the future of the Kenyan startup ecosystem. Just allow me to read the mission, and that will be my reflection. Okay. Quick. So the mission is to bring together and represent the interests of organizations supporting and development of growth of startup and SMEs for maximum impact of such activities in Kenya. Objectives was to drive policy an agenda for members of the association with government, development partners, investors, and other stakeholders, and to develop rigorous ecosystem standards and guidelines. Number 2, to facilitate capacity building and professional development, networking and partnerships, compliance and protection to its members and its constituents in their effort to develop the ecosystem and to support startup and SMEs. Number 3, to promote and position Kenyan entrepreneurial ecosystem internationally. That's where internationalization came from. And then number 4 and final one was on collaboration. So for ease of sharing information, knowledge, best practices between members, and to forge close linkages between them and other stakeholders, including but not limited to university, research and development institution, corporates, businesses, and development organization. So have we been able to do that? I don't know. Some parts yes, some parts I'm not really sure. But I also feel like we've become an association that is driven by the interest of who we partner with, and not the other way around. And that, I feel, kind of has to change. Because if every donor that comes to us and say, I want to work with entrepreneurs, now we bypass the members who are our members and start working with entrepreneurs instead of looking at, because they are desperate to work with us at that point, then it doesn't make sense for the association. Just one thing about KIEP, why we went to fight with, literally fight, World Bank in their office, and then again fought with them in Betty Miner's office in town, was because they were saying that we don't have enablers that could be able to implement this project in terms of the funding that was supposed to come to them. What we did in that case, we asked them, okay, if that's the issue, give ASEC a chunk of this money. That's how ASEC became part of the program, to be able to build capacity for the local ESOs. We have a few that were good, but we want to make sure everybody else is good enough, so that in future, they were thinking, okay, we will have, because they said 50 million is small monies for World Bank, but they wanted to give more money, but only if there's enough capacity locally. So let's also not lose that vision of why this KIEP project came into ASEC. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Salim, I think you are part of a policy team. What are your reflections? You are ex-iHub, now running your own consultancy. What was your reflection? As I breathe in and out about Kiev, I was part of those meetings.
I must say, Chris said the things I wrote in my notebook. I think he was peeping. but how I started was, to be honest, there's many gaps in the market. When I started iHub, we had the opportunity of fighting different policies, the VATs. There was a bunch of things coming up, and then we'd bring people together, and then things would work. I was active in EdTech in 2015 on Sunday. Some of us came in a room, and we championed for the change from 844 to 7, the new whatever is the new system, right? And we wrote a policy, and 70% of it was adopted, and yes, there's been struggles with CPC, but it was coming from a good place, and it was a lot of EdTech local guys coming in. So I was like, if we were just doing it as iHub space, can you imagine all of these ESOs in a room championing for policy at a national scale, what that does look like? Victor was always appearing on TV, so it was nice to be
Still does.
collaborating with him. so I think when we did the policy work, it was nice that Victor was shiny because he was going to be on TV the next day, so it was, something.
Yeah.
But that's saying, what are the gaps? There's so many gaps right now. Why are we watching the policies that are coming up and we don't see ASEC anywhere? Why are we only seeing Lawyers Hub going to Parliament instead of ASEC and Lawyers Hub and others going to Parliament? So what are the gaps in the market? With regards to the startup bill, we were also looking at trends. What is the trend? Senegal has passed their bill.
Yeah.
Was it Egypt or something?
Tunisia.
Tunisia. Kenya doesn't have, and we are like the Silicon Valley of Africa. How come? And so we started having these conversations. Are these conversations happening? I'll be honest, it gets exhausting to do the work alone. And one of the things we were hoping was that people would volunteer into subcommittees. I think that's one thing that failed. I hope it can come back. Subcommittees so that everybody is gifted differently. I got a stint at Circular Innovation Work in 2021 through Circular Innovation Hub, and I realized my skills are transferable. I knew project management, I knew product development. Suddenly I was doing product development for circularity. It's the in thing, by the way. There's money for the next 8 years. We should be championing something around policy around circularity, right? Because we have some hubs who are members of ASEC who are in the circularity space. So what are the gaps? What are the trends? Are we playing a part there? I'm so sad that we're not seeing more being pushed out. And I think not only for who are in the current board, even us who are outside, we'll tell you, Mercy is always reaching out. We're happy to chime in and push the work through you because you're the leadership now. We want you to lead. But not only the leadership, we want people in Kisumu pushing issues around climate change and how it's affecting startups there. I'm from the coast, so Mombasa makes sense for me. It was the best thing ever. When I was a member of iHub, I could go to Uganda and work with Hive Collab, etc. When we were going to Kisumu for any iHub research work, we had Lake Hub facilitating mobilization for us. Are you doing that? The last thing that Victor and I worked so hard on, and we handed it over, was the code of conduct. We take it for granted, but we don't trust each other, unfortunately. And the code of conduct was to reduce the trust barrier. Yeah. So when I hear Esther talking about transparency, it's really needed, right? Huh? It has increased, but it's not 5 years later, it should be better, right? Yeah. It should be that if we send any of you guys for a meeting, it doesn't have to always be the board traveling. It can be any of you guys being sent as representatives to any of the hundreds of events that are happening. Don't let Mercy burn out going for events alone. Support her by telling her, what of ASEC can I talk about? I'm going to Europe next week. I'm going to another country in Africa. ASEC umbrella strived because as a founding board, all of us were going for our own work meetings, but we were talking about ASEC. Now you're 70 plus, I think. Can you imagine 70 people talking about ASEC at the same time? How much more would ASEC trend? How much more would ASEC reach out? And this will affect, I'm passionate about policy because that's where your footprint will last the longest. But, I mean, here we are. Yeah.
Thank you. Marianne, I think it was Mombasa first, wasn't it? Yeah. If I remember well, now Strathmore.
You started right at the point I need to start with.
Yes. Now academia. Yes. What are your reflections? And then we'll finish quickly with Riro.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're right. First, good morning, everybody. My context was coming from an academia perspective. I did work also on the Nairobi Innovation Week, so yes. I had scoped out the ecosystem and I knew what really was missing in terms of information and access for the up, young and coming innovators. At the same time, I had a background, an international background, so I knew what it meant to be in a vibrant ecosystem, that startups could access all this information from the investors, to the actual knowledge, to the technology access, to R&D. So I saw what a vibrant ecosystem could be. So when I came back, and the opportunity for ASEC came in, I was immediately excited because for me it's a no-brainer. We want to create a vibrant ecosystem. We want to create this balance of information so that young people can pick it up. We don't have to do everything, but as long as there's access to this information and access to these facilities, it's fine. And back in the international setting, this association was formed by the actual startups. But in our context here in Kenya, it made sense to have a kind of midwife organization, so supporting the ESOs as a midwife, kind of layer for the rest of the young startups in Kenya, made sense. Again, if you look at the context of the maturity of our ecosystem, right? And now I'll be controversial and defend World Bank a little bit, right? Because even our startups did not know much about what kind of help they could get. At the time, I was working in Mombasa, and I think in the inaugural board, I was the only one who was from outside Nairobi. So we also had this issue of, why aren't we doing more with people from outside Nairobi? What can we do? Because the majority of the beneficiaries are going to come from outside Nairobi. How can they be grossly underrepresented in this point? But the point again, which was now the trade-off, we needed to start, right? We needed to coalesce and get things going, and I think that was a really good decision. And right now, the thing that I would like to reflect on is to engage more and more with the rest of the country, because that is where the talent is, and if we really are going to be an instrument of that entrepreneurial growth in the economy, we must be on the ground.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think those are my main
okay.
points. Yeah.
Thank you. Vero, from aspiring wild employee to your own organization, and now treasurer AfriLabs, so you're Pan-African level. That was my first engagement with Rido. He wanted to consult with us, but yes, tell us, what has been your journey and reflection? Paula nimekuanika.
I feel like this is an interview all over again.
You're doing bigger things than me. No, just talk, just talk.
But yeah, I think we started by, collaborating and trying to see how we can work together after that initial conversation of interview versus job versus collaboration. And then down the road, we were working with Akina Chandi, got wind about the new association coming up, and we were really excited about it because we knew it was needed, it was important. Joram sends me the constitution that was still in the works, like the draft, this is the association, and then I was like, we need this thing, we need to come together and work together. But anyway, I don't want to go through what everyone else has said. This is the beauty of being the last one. You can say everything they have said is what I plan to say.
Yeah.
But the point I want to make is, initially you're coming in as a treasurer, there's no funds, but there are things that need to work. And then you realize the power of the people you are with in that board. They are the people who actually marshaled the resources that were needed. Everyone was pulling, like it has already been mentioned, from different directions. But internally, the funders also wanted and expected us to be organized. And so you find we had to do policies overnight. Sorry for JZ, we did them the night before submission. And a lot of other things. And you're spending your own time, and this thing is needed. You actually need the money, the program is there, the money is there, but you don't have the internal structures. So a lot of time was spent trying to build those internal structures. I hope they're still strong and they can get better. But they helped us in trying to get things moving. I remember she was helping us in coming up with how we work even within ourselves as a board, the RASI model and those kind of things, So there was a lot of things that was going on there, and I think we were just behaving like founders of startups. During those early days, you put in all your energy, you put in all your hours, and you work with what you have. But in terms of resource mobilization, things went well, and we were able to finance a few things. So I'm speaking as a treasurer back then. One thing I want to mention is, over time, actually, there was collaboration for internationalization.
Yeah.
So at some point down the road, there was this thing we did with AfriLabs at Ethiopia, trying to be like, ASEC, can it go beyond Kenya? Can you partner with other continental bodies? There was an MOU, there is an MOU. I'm in AfriLabs now, I know there is the MOU. I don't know how we work together. So we should follow up those conversations. Our startups are working, the startups being supported by our enablers are working cross-border. So how do we tap to other hubs in other places that can help them plug into those markets faster, shorten that process for even collaboration within hubs, yeah? I think that's something that we ought to do. The other thing is, I remember from our meetings, Esther one day said, we were discussing about some money that was coming. We were really hungry for money. And the donors were pushing their agenda, and we were trying to put a strategy for ASEC. And then we are realizing they are kind of colliding. And Esther was very adamant, and she said, we have to decide what we stand for and who we are and communicate it to them. I think that was really profound. I don't know how many people remember that meeting. I think we were at iHub or somewhere. But that stuck with me, like, if you're going to go for money, everyone would probably want to work with us, but they'll come with their agenda. We had worked with startups and businesses before who got donor money, and they got swayed from their core agenda, and coming back was really tricky. So when Esther said that, I found it to be profound. I think it's profound today that we define who we are as ASEC, what we want to do and what we represent, and then let the donors who plug into our core agenda tap into it, as compared to always just moving with the wind.
Okay.
I think that would be my remark.
Thank you very much. This was a very big panel. We've run out of time.
Can I request, for a minute?
Linda is don't worry.
We have
I am
Linda.
grandfather ecosystem. I've seen Linda. Linda, just hold the mic. Sit and hold the mic.
Oh, wow.
Okay, maybe I can let you then go before I wind up. Linda, I think, came into the ecosystem, and now SME Blue Pages, SME linkages to corporates. What are your reflections being part of the inaugural board in 2 minutes, please?
In 2 minutes,
Yeah.
okay. So good morning, everyone. I'm really sorry I'm very late. I had told Marcy I'll be here at 11. I'm very sorry I'm late. My meeting ran over. I joined ASEC courtesy of Bernard. I don't know whether he can remember. We had a meeting in Strathmore. I went to see him, and he told me, Linda, you should actually join this association. I was transitioning from corporate at the time. I had been in consulting for a very long time. And I joined ASEC for 2 things. So I'm very mission driven, so I joined ASEC for 2 things. One was the capacity building side. I'm very passionate about quality consulting and really seeing that impact on the SME space. At the time, I think the one that was really, at the time when I joined the ecosystem, the one that I saw that was really, I had seen their growth path. I had studied them for a while. I think at the time it was Open Capital. At the time, I'd seen how they're just taken about. I saw them, actually, I met them when I was at KPMG. They had just come for a meeting, and within no time, I could see them winning some really strong assignments at the time. So I was like, there's something they're doing, and I spent time studying that. So I came to ASEC for that. I was really about capacity building, seeing how can we make quality consulting. At the time, I had the story about the World Bank and how the team went, and they sort of thought maybe they can't do this assignment, I don't know. But really, that has been my mission, and I think in terms of reflection and what I think you can take forth going forward, if you look at how the ecosystem is currently, we have what you call the big 4 in terms of countries. You have Nigeria, Kenya, Egypt, and South Africa, yeah? But Kenya is at the top. Last year, we were at the top in terms of startup activity, even funds, $800 million, is it? So what I see a lot, there's a lot of gap. If you look at the top, the bottom 10 African countries that are still developing, that are down there, bottom 10. So the Malawi, I mean, you can check who's the bottom 10 in terms of development. Those guys are now looking up to other African countries to capacity build them. So they look at Kenya and they look at, like, us guys are far ahead in terms of our hubs. You see what iHub is doing, and a lot of you, the work you're doing, Sandbox, a lot of the work you're doing, we are very much ahead, and they need the knowledge exchange, they need the work, and I liked what Riro said. It's good to plug into the African network, there is need. If you're struggling in Kenya, there is need. And really, that's what I would really put out there for I think as an immediate need, just at least Riro is here, talk to him, and really then support the ecosystem to go into those markets.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. And I know you are doing that. I've seen you doing things in different countries. Thank you so much. Please give a big hand to our panel. I was part of the first IBC with Chandi. We didn't sleep for how many days? You guys are very difficult. We had to go back to those elections, I think, 2 or 3 times. Yes, Atukulala. So we know where we've come from. We've seen the changes that have happened along the way. I think we knock ourselves very hard. We've evolved. There's been a lot of wins. I think we've seeded a lot of people now into donor organizations and whatever as program managers. The ecosystem has built talent that is making its way into government and all sorts of things. I'm very proud of a lot of things that we have achieved. I know it's not been perfect. I know we still have an identity crisis and quite a number of things to sort out. If you want to know how hard it is to run ASEC, talk to the CEO or anyone who's been on the board as to the level of criticism they get on a daily basis. However, we have kept fighting. We are still here 5 years down the line. We will still be here 10, 15. Let's strengthen the organization. Give yourselves a big hand. Thank you so much and have a good evening. Yeah. Please take a photo before you leave and we can go to the next part of the agenda.
I think we're standing.
You can just stand there. Yeah. You should put yourself. You are part of the moderation.
No? Let them take it fast. Charlie, let's inaugurate.
So Ian Lorenzen was also here. Ian, Florence Kimata, Donald Odhiambo, so many people. So I'm sorry I have to.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right.
I wanted to request, because you're all here, I can also get the other board members to come and we just take one group photo together. Bernard? Yeah. We can just do one photo now. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Herbert, you can discuss.
It's a menu style.
Oh, some people need to go behind.
In the meantime, we can now take our tea break as they're taking their photo. Tea is right outside.
The guys who can't.
15 minutes.
The year was 2005. At the time, the word incubation was a novel concept to many, with many businesses not having heard of what it meant to use digital solutions to grow their businesses. Fast track to 2017, incubation hubs had grown tremendously and immensely, with different conversations taking place around the development of the entrepreneurship sector through startup ecosystems. However, they lacked a unified voice that was able to represent the interests and needs of stakeholders.
So what led to the beginning of ASEC was the fact that we were all operating quite disjointed as hubs.
We were not collaborating enough.
I don't think hubs were even meeting. I think we only mostly met during either AfriLabs or at tech conferences that are happening around.
And these were like organic kind of meetings, but they created an opportunity for people to really talk and connect.
I remember I started actually a very funny group called 254 Spaces, which is basically for all the hubs who have physical spaces to talk and to be able to share some of their challenges. As any political WhatsApps, it didn't go far. It died a very miserable death.
There were other issues. There was unhealthy competition, replication of resources. There was a lot of things we could have done together that when we did them separately, they became smaller and and with a lot less impact.
We realized that we did not have a voice that could represent us. For example, if we wanted to engage with the government on things like policy.
We were failing to engage government because we were all going as individuals, and the government itself wanted to get a bigger picture of the entire ecosystem.
The way government works is that they engage with associations, with groups. Why? Because it's very hard for government to reach out to everybody individually, but the power of working together means whatever we agree is quickly disseminated and is impacting a bigger group.
It came a point where we needed a collective voice in terms of representation at a government conversation, representation of the ecosystem agenda. And back in 2017, it was very clear that there needed to be one voice.
At the time, we were talking about, we were having a conversation with the World Bank around the Kenya Industry and Entrepreneurship Project.
And we were all there helping to guide the formation of these terms of reference. Then for some reason, there was one component of the terms of reference that indicated these internationalization or international accelerator programs coming to Kenya to do programs, and I think that was it.
And we felt we were at a place where we were well capacitated as an ecosystem to be able to support our entrepreneurs. Secondly, to be able to run the program and not be told how to run our Kenyan programs. And that was a kind of the push we required as an ecosystem to come together and speak with one voice.
So I remember one of the meetings we had was at Florence Kimata's office at the Ministry of Industrialization.
One of the things I learned very quickly in government is that government has the power of convening. If you call people in your government, they will show up.
And we were invited, to come together and kind of think about this idea of forming a platform. One that will make it possible for us to collaborate as innovation hubs, but also make it easier for other actors, such as governments, such as development organization, to support the ecosystem.
We wanted to start working with startups. The beneficiary is a startup here. So not hubs as the end, but hubs as part of the ecosystem to support the startups. So what we did is to start a track called the Startup Track within the Nairobi Innovation Week and work closely with the hubs. So we said, okay, fine, we need to work with the hubs, but we need to find a way of working with all of you.
And I remember I actually was, because we were volunteering basically. And I got asked, okay, so who wants to write the concept note for what you want to do? So I remember I was one of the people that wrote the first concept note of what ASEC would become. I think with a lady from the Kenya Climate Innovation Center. And the idea was now we'd bring this back to so we formed like a small working group just to like develop this idea. And the name initially was not ASEC. We were really struggling on what would we call this platform.
It could be KESA.
KASE. KASE. KISS.
KASE.
KASE.
KAS. Different names, right?
The creatives were having too much fun with it.
But when we tried to register KASE, the government said, no, there's nothing that starts with the name Kenya anymore. Anything association right now has the name Kenya has to come at the end.
We had to just move the Kenya
to the end to be Association of Startups and SME Enablers of Kenya, right? And that's how ASEC came to be.
So I remember the first election was very interesting because it was a mix of, first of all, this type of organization has never existed before. So everyone who was running, you really had to have a very strong conviction on why you wanted to be a board member at ASEC. Because again, it was not a paid opportunity. It was again just volunteering your time and expertise to build a foundation for what would now become a nationwide association.
Yeah, the elections were interesting. I think especially leadership, the vice chair and the chair, nobody really wanted to go for those because of course there's so much pressure, and then it's a new organization that you're setting up. No one knows if it will work or not. So yes, we'll support you, but we'll not lead it. And so the two positions were not contested for the chair and the vice chair, because I think a lot of people at the time were not really sure will this work or not. And so Bernard and I had a discussion, a very long discussion around what we would want to before we ran for the office. And we agreed, you know what, let's go for it. We've been, pushing for this to be registered anyway from the word go. It would not make sense for us to shy away. And so Bernard went for the chair, I did for the vice.
Eventually, we had a very successful election, and the first board came into place. I was elected chair.
And then during the election for the policy, we didn't have people competing against us. So then we just got the votes.
And yeah, we started out a journey to build ASEC from the ground up. And now we were officially registered. And the idea now was, okay, you need a secretariat because you see, volunteering cannot be a full-time job because all of us were running our own hubs and there's only so much time we could have given.
So the way the association started is started with a volunteer board, and it was a volunteer hands-on board, and we were actually doing the actual work of both serving as board members and actually serving as the secretariat.
We didn't have the resources, first of all, to hire a full-time CEO, but we needed someone who could run projects, partnerships, and really just hit the ground running. And I remember we did a lot of interviews and attracted a lot of people.
After that, we were able to now begin to recruit a program manager, recruit a communication officer, recruit a project coordinator, an accountant, and that now brought together the secretariat as we know it today.
The launch of ASEC was a much-awaited event. Anticipation had been built among many players who were hopeful of the birth of the association. The event was able to bring together different players such as policymakers, startups, SMEs, local entrepreneurs, academia, government, among others. It was aimed at creating a platform through which enablers would meet fellow enablers and identify areas of collaboration.
The launch of ASEC was at the Crown Plaza. It was in 2019.
Wow, the launch was really something because it's something we had been working towards for a long time.
We had been working on putting together this entire idea of an association. We'd gone through a constitution, we'd gone through registration, we'd gone through putting in some interim officials, we'd gone through elections, and so we're now coming to a place where we're saying, you know what, the baby is here and we want to unveil it to the world.
And then we had a really interesting conversation on that day that helped us to explain why ASEC and what we wanted to achieve, and some of the objectives, the broad objectives around collaboration, policy development, and actually capacity building as well.
It was a culmination of the intent of the players, you know, what we call the enablers, all the hubs. And I don't want to only call them hubs because there were also some, some ESOs, some entrepreneurship support organizations which were very, committed to be able to work with ASEC. There were development partners who came through in a big way, not only to support ASEC as an organization, but to also support their formation. Even the event was sponsored by a development partner.
We had the privilege of being going into a partnership with ICT Norway.
But to understand how ICT Norway came in, we'd have to go a little bit back because it's a Norwegian organization, and it came actually out of a relationship. When I was running IBIS Africa, I established a great partnership with Pangea Accelerator, which is actually still one of the great players in this ecosystem, members of ASEC.
We have been having conversation with Ministry of Foreign Affairs Norway in terms of how they can support ecosystem, and they were able to come through as one of their support partners for the launch, which made the launch possible. So even before we were able to put this together as an entity, they were willing partners who are willing to come on board. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, ICT, through ICT Norway, we were able to bring together make the launch successful.
I think ASEC, we've partnered quite a bit with partners like ICT Norway, who have been instrumental in helping us to do a lot of the basic ecosystem building work. How do you bring together the community? How do we establish norms, codes of conduct for ourselves? the startup bill. GIZ has also been very instrumental, and I think even for this short time that I've been the chair, we've already done 3 partnerships. One of them, for example, is WeDo, where it's really a partnership with diaspora out there that are looking to invest back home. There's also 2 programs that we are looking to start very soon. One is AgriJobs for Youth, where we are partnering with our members within the Lake Victoria Basin to understand how do we make agriculture attractive to the youth. The second one is even bigger to me in terms of importance for purposes of ASEC. And so we are partnering with GIZ to be able to do a needs assessment that will enable us to dig deeper. What sectors are we actually excelling in? And what is it that's working in those sectors that we need to replicate in other sectors? And so to me, that's this program where we're looking at really building a baseline for our own performance that we can then use to measure ourselves against and track our progress. Are we getting better? Are we getting worse? Are we stagnating? And why, to me, is going to be very instrumental in terms of shaping the way we build the ecosystem going forward.
Since its establishment, ASEC has been able to host a network of over 45 innovation hubs with a presence in Nairobi, Kisumu, Eldoret, Mombasa, Nakuru, among others. With the association's growth came the need to hire the inaugural CEO who would propel the growth of the association.
I'm very excited to have this role. I feel very honored, first of all. Of course, I had to go through the application process and everything. But I feel being part of the ecosystem, I think now I'm celebrating my 10 years being in the ecosystem, starting off as a student and now growing up to this level of being the CEO. I have seen a lot of changes happening within the Kenyan ecosystem. There's a lot of goodwill that's going on about how Kenya is able to attract investors and even our own innovation ecosystem. So I feel very positive about this role. I feel very positive about where ASEC is going. Why? Because we do have a fully dedicated secretariat team. We have a committed board. We have great development partners such as GIZ. We have the Norwegian government. We also have Konza City. We have the association with countrywide hubs that also is a key player in the ecosystem. And also we have different government agencies that we're working with. Like for example, now they launched the county regulatory toolkit. We're looking to form more partnerships with the Ministry of East African Community to be able to develop even more favorable policies moving forward. So there's a lot of opportunities that are emerging, and yeah, we are in the right time and space to move forward with this.
Among its many milestones has been the supporting role played in the development of the Startup Bill, developing a code of conduct under its partnership with ICT Norway, and growing the capacity of its members and enablers through the GIZ partnership. As the association projects into the future, ASEC is committed to growing the entrepreneurship ecosystem space through its work in policy, internationalization, capacity building, empowerment, and collaboration, which remain the association's core mandate.
My thoughts about ASEC in the next 5 years is that it will be a truly dynamic organization when it comes to innovation, when it comes to information, data about the ecosystem, when it comes to collaboration, the type of collaboration that we should be doing to build our ecosystem. It should be a true catalyst for solving some of the challenges we've had for a very long time in the innovation ecosystem.
Have more exposure, not just for the startups but also for the enablers, that the association membership can grow. I'm happy that we're collaborating also with the countrywide hubs. Maybe we can do more joint projects to create more visibility. It's fantastic to see documentation coming out on how the hubs are doing, their business models, which is fantastic. I think one gap is every year for the last 4 years, since 2017, we've been talking about how we need to have data on who we are, data on what we do, indicators that people can quickly get and look at to understand the framework of the ecosystem. Hopefully one day that will now become a reality. that will move from being all talk to people now start pulling in the data into the association, or the association just rallying all the members to contribute to that data pool, because that data pool will give us more visibility, will enable us to be more of an authority in the space. Yeah.
A countrywide, not the countrywide association, which I know we are also friends and the partners and are very good collaborators, but inclusive in the sense that everybody, even if it's a hub in Kuria, Nyanza, feels as if they are strong in that space. If it's a hub in Marsabit, they feel they have a voice. And
my hopes for ASEC are very simple. I think I'd love us to be able to know, like I said, what is it that makes this startup ecosystem tick? It's one of those things that you can only learn by doing. It's not about textbooks, it's not about importing experts from out there, from Silicon Valley and other parts of the world. It's actually partnering with the people on the ground that are actually building it.
My aspiration is for ASEC to be the voice that brings together different stakeholders, to be the voice that is able to attract even more funding, not only for the businesses that we support, but also for our member organizations that are part of the ASEC, that we can be able to push the agenda of supporting the startup and businesses across board at a national level. And I hope we can be able to do that if we are able to continue creating, improving on the structures and getting buy-in from the government and all the other stakeholders in the ecosystem.
And the kind of unity that we are seeing at ASEC is one that is promising. The pillars or the objectives for which ASEC was founded was collaboration, internationalization, capacity building, and speaking to policy. And these are actually things that are going to actually happen, and are we already seeing them happen?
ASEC to probably try and, I know there's a countrywide hubs, which are the hubs out of Nairobi, but how do we then convene? And I'm not saying they're separate, because you will find that there are some members of the countrywide hubs who are also members of ASEC, being the Apex organization. But how do we work together to drive innovation in the counties? Because not all startups or entrepreneurs or innovators will be able to access a hub. You will find people in their own small space, in their own workspaces, doing very creative things. And only when you're on the ground, in the counties, will you be able to support them.
I'm bullish about innovation, and I'm bullish about this country. I think if we work together, we've already seen that we lobbied for KIEP, got it. We worked on Startup Act, it passed, and it had the largest public participation forum, because it was led by us. And that I think is something that I hope we continue to do. A collective voice, a collective effort, a collective drive to have positive impact. So I hope in the next 5 years we have influence policies, which we're already doing, proud of that. We are supporting more entrepreneurs to go international. Internationalization is one component that I was very passionate in the strategy of ASEC, and I feel in the next 5 years, that's something we should start now, so that in the next 5 years we have a lot of international Kenyan startups that have gone international, but there's also a lot of international interest that has been brought in because of ASEC. So, well, I'm too hopeful, but I like to be too hopeful.
Bearer for that. ASEC should be the one running ahead and saying, this is what the ecosystem needs. They need funding, this is how we structure funding. They need infrastructure, this is how we structure infrastructure. They need, material and knowledge and content to learn, this is how we structure that. They need networking, this is how we provide a networking platform for them. And any startup, any person who wants to build anything can find their way to ASEC, and then their way to serve the world, like to take their product out of the country and blow it up.
The year was 2005. At the time, the word incubation was a novel concept to many, with many businesses not having habit of what it meant to use digital solutions to grow their businesses. Fast track to 2017, incubation hubs had grown tremendously and immensely, with different conversations taking place around the development of the entrepreneurship sector through startup ecosystems. However, they lacked a unified voice that was able to represent the interests and needs of stakeholders.
So what led to the beginning of ASEC was the fact that we were all operating quite disjointed as hubs.
We were not collaborating enough.
I don't think hubs were even meeting. I think we only mostly met during either AfriLabs or at tech conferences that are happening around.
And these were like organic kind of meetings, but they created an opportunity for people to really talk and connect.
I remember I started actually a very funny group called 254 Spaces, which is basically for all the hubs who have physical spaces to talk and to be able to share some of their challenges. As any political WhatsApps, it didn't go far. It died a very miserable death.
There were other issues. There was unhealthy competition, replication of resources. There was a lot of things we could have done together that when we did them separately, they became smaller and with a lot less impact.
We realized that we did not have a voice that could represent us. For example, if we wanted to engage with the government on things like policy.
We were failing to engage government because we were all going as individuals, and the government itself wanted to get a bigger picture of the entire ecosystem.
The way government works is that they engage with associations, with groups. Why? Because it's very hard for government to reach out to everybody individually, but the power of working together means whatever we agree is quickly disseminated and is impacting a bigger group.
It came a point where we needed a collective voice in terms of representation at a government conversation, representation of the ecosystem agenda. And back in 2017, it was very clear that there needed to be one voice.
At the time, we were talking about, we were having a conversation with the World Bank around the Kenya Industry and Entrepreneurship Project.
And we were all there helping to guide the formation of these terms of reference. Then for some reason, there was one component of the terms of reference that indicated these internationalization or international accelerator programs coming to Kenya to do programs, and I think that was it.
And we felt we were at a place where we were well capacitated as an ecosystem to be able to support our entrepreneurs. Secondly, to be able to run the program and not be told how to run our Kenyan programs. And that was a kind of the push we required as an ecosystem to come together and speak with one voice.
So I remember one of the meetings we had was at Florence Kimata's office at the Ministry of Industrialization.
One of the things I learned very quickly in government is that government has the power of convening. If you call people in your government, they will show up.
And we were invited, to come together and kind of think about this idea of forming a platform, one that will make it possible for us to collaborate as innovation hubs, but also make it easier for other actors, such as governments, such as development organization, to support the ecosystem.
We wanted to start working with startups. The beneficiary is a startup here. So not hubs as the end, but hubs as part of the ecosystem to support the startups. So what we did is to start a track called the Startup Track within the Nairobi Innovation Week and work closely with the hubs. So we said, okay, fine, we need to work with the hubs, but we need to find a way of working with all of you.
And I remember I actually was, because we were volunteering basically. And I got asked, okay, so who wants to write the concept note for what you want to do? So I remember I was one of the people that wrote the first concept note of what ASEC would become. I think with a lady from the Kenya Climate Innovation Center. And the idea was now we'd bring this back to so we formed like a small working group just to like develop this idea. And the name initially was not ASEC. We were really struggling on what would we call this, platform.
It could be KESA.
KASE. KASE. KISS.
KASE. KASE.
KAS. Different names, right?
The creatives were having too much fun with it.
But when we tried to register CASE, the government said, no, there's nothing that starts with the name Kenya anymore. Anything association right now has the name Kenya has to come at the end.
We had to just move the Kenya
to the end to be Association of Startups and SME Enablers of Kenya, right? And that's how ASEC came to be.
So I remember the first election was very interesting because it was a mix of, first of all, this type of organization has never existed before. So everyone who was running, you really had to have a very strong conviction on why you wanted to be a board member at ASEC. Because again, it was not a paid opportunity. It was again just volunteering your time and expertise to build a foundation for what would now become a nationwide association.
Yeah, the elections were interesting. I think especially leadership, the vice chair and the chair, nobody really wanted to go for those because of course there's so much pressure, and then it's a new organization that you're setting up. No one knows if it will work or not. So yes, we'll support you, but we'll not lead it. And so the two positions were not contested for the chair and the vice chair, because I think a lot of people at the time were not really sure will this work or not. And so Bernard and I had a discussion, a very long discussion around what we would want to before we ran for the office. And we agreed, you know what, let's go for it. We've been, pushing for this to be registered anyway from the word go. It would not make sense for us to shy away. And so Bernard went for the chair, I did for the vice.
Eventually, we had a very successful election, and the first board came into place. I was elected chair.
And then during the election for the policy, we didn't have people competing against us. So then we just got the votes.
And yeah, we started out a journey to build ASEC from the ground up. And now we were officially registered. And the idea now was, okay, you need a secretariat because you see, volunteering cannot be a full-time job. Because all of us were running our own hubs and there's only so much time we could have given.
So the way the association started is decided with a volunteer board, and it was a volunteer hands-on board, and we were actually doing the actual work of both serving as board members and actually serving as the secretariat.
We didn't have the resources, first of all, to hire a full-time CEO, but we needed someone who could run projects, partnerships, and really just hit the ground running. And I remember we did a lot of interviews and attracted a lot of people.
After that, we were able to now begin to recruit a program manager, recruit a communication officer, recruit a project coordinator, an accountant, and that now brought together the secretariat as we know it today.
The launch of ASEC was a much-awaited event. Anticipation had been built among many players who were hopeful of the birth of the association. The event was able to bring together different players such as policymakers, startups, SMEs, local entrepreneurs, academia, government, among others. It was aimed at creating a platform through which enablers would meet fellow enablers and identify areas of collaboration.
The launch of ASEC was at the Crown Plaza. It was in 2019.
Wow, the launch was really something because it's something we had been working towards for a long time.
We had been working on putting together this entire idea of an association. We'd gone through a constitution, we'd gone through registration, we'd gone through putting in some interim officials, we'd gone through elections, and so we're now coming to a place where we're saying, you know what, the baby is here and we want to unveil it to the world.
And then we had a really interesting conversation on that day that helped us to explain why ASEC and what we wanted to achieve, and some of the objectives, the broad objectives around collaboration, policy development, and actually capacity building as well.
It was a culmination of the intent of the players, what we call the enablers, all the hubs. And I don't want to only call them hubs because there were also some, some ESOs, some entrepreneurship support organizations which were very, committed to be able to work with ASEC. They were
capture those emerging themes into 5 areas. So we have now 5 thematic areas, and the hope is that we can sit in a group format and go a little deeper into figuring out what are these 5 emerging themes. So far, this is what we have. The question is, what does the next 5 years look like for ASEC within the following 5 domains? The first domain is around what does clarity of the ASEC vision look like? It's a very broad question, but a broad question that allows, for deep discussion. What does clarity of the vision of ASEC look like? The second one is, what does the next 5 years look like in terms of collaboration? A lot has been said about what is currently defined as collaboration. Can we define what we want in terms of the future of collaboration in the context of ASEC? The third one is, what does the next 5 years look like in terms of tangible ESO support? So if we've heard from different quarters around, what is currently being done in terms of support, can we rethink what tangible? The use of the word tangible there is it's very intentional, so that we think about what intentional ESO support looks like. Number 4 is the idea of how do we measure impact. And impact here, not really talking about social impact only. We're really thinking about the whole idea of impact. How do we measure that we have gotten there? What are some tools, what are some ideas of how we involve the entire community in terms of measuring impact? And then lastly, what will move the needle? And I really liked, that came from you guys. What will move the needle for ASEC over the next 5 years? So those are 5 overarching themes that have come up in the course of today's discussions and the reflections from the board and the previous boards. And what I'd like us to do now is to move into 5 groups. And what we're going to do, we won't go very far, just the way we are. We'll sort of hover around each other. And you've got our captains there. So group 1, you've got Robert Karanja and Caroline. Group 2, you've got Chris Odongo and Rachel. Group 3, you've got Tim and Gladys. Number 4, you have David and George. And then number 5, you have Dr. Otemo and Isaiah. So if we could, just the way we are, so this would be group 1, this table and this table. Yeah? You're agreeing very vehemently. Okay. Okay, this is, what is yours? Group 2. Okay. So you can combine with these guys. So that's one group. You guys can be another group. Yeah. Group. That is Chris's group. Yeah? Yes. Like that. Then the 2 of you. Yeah. So chukua hiyo. All right, and then for you guys, you can be another group the way you are, like that. But now we'll have more people. 1, 2, 3. But is Sheila there? Okay. So. Okay. So the 3 of you are in one group, the way you are, like this. So you can take, so can you take group 5? Yeah, you guys can be group 5. Group 4, who is group 4? It hasn't been taken yet, so you can pick the one you want. And then this last group here, I want you guys to join these guys. Yeah. So that you're this way, all the way there. So to repeat, this is the groups we have. Group 1 is right there at the beginning. Robert, this is your group? Yeah. So group 1 is here. Group 2, Chris, you're which group again? Group 2 is here. So you guys at the end there, please join these guys. And this table, join these guys as well. Then this is group 3 here. Then that is group 4 and group 5. So can we settle into the groups so that at least we have a place for everyone? Just grab a chair from where you are and hover around your group. So group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4. This group is too big, eh? It's supposed to be group 4.
So what's group 5?
We don't have a group 5, so we can create one. But I want you guys to settle in so that I see where it's group 4. So, yeah. Is there anyone without a group? So I think you came from that table. Yeah. So can you guys split? Can you create a new one here? So if you don't have a group, there is an empty new group here. So you can join so that we're not too many. Like that group there. Yeah, it's very big. Could at least a quarter of you move to that new group there? Yeah, so like you guys, just move there. Yeah. Wonderful, you have come. You go to my new group there. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I think you can continue with your discussions. Yeah, I'll get you more members. So you are group 5. Sorry? Yes. Yeah. It is your group. Sorry?
It's too small to discuss the way forward unless it's asked as a question.
You have 30 minutes, and please make sure you have somebody who is taking notes. We are going to need those notes to filter into a strategy meeting tomorrow. Remember, please have a note taker. Five minutes have already gone.
The year was 2005. At the time, the word incubation was a novel concept to many, with many businesses not having habit of what it meant to use digital solutions to grow their businesses. Fast track to 2017, incubation hubs had grown tremendously and immensely, with different conversations taking place around the development of the entrepreneurship sector through startup ecosystems. However, they lacked a unified voice that was able to represent the interests and needs of stakeholders.
So what led to the beginning of ASEC was the fact that we were all operating quite disjointed as hubs.
We were not collaborating enough.
I don't think hubs were even meeting. I think we only mostly met during either AfriLabs or at tech conferences that are happening around.
And these were like organic kind of meetings, but they created an opportunity for people to really talk and connect.
I remember I started actually a very funny group called 254 Spaces, which is basically for all the hubs who have physical spaces to talk and to be able to share some of their challenges. As any political WhatsApps, it didn't go far. It died a very miserable death.
There were other issues. There was unhealthy competition, replication of resources. There was a lot of things we could have done together that when we did them separately, they became smaller and with a lot less impact.
We realized that we did not have a voice that could represent us. For example, if we wanted to engage with the government on things like policy.
We were failing to engage government because we were all going as individuals, and the government itself wanted to get a bigger picture of the entire ecosystem.
The way government works is that they engage with associations, with groups. Why? Because it's very hard for government to reach out to everybody individually, but the power of working together means whatever we agree is quickly disseminated and is impacting a bigger group.
It came a point where we needed a collective voice in terms of representation at a government conversation, representation of the ecosystem agenda. And back in 2017, it was very clear that there needed to be one voice.
At the time, we were talking about, we were having a conversation with the World Bank around the Kenya Industry and Entrepreneurship Project.
And we were all there helping to guide the formation of these terms of reference. Then for some reason, there was one component of the terms of reference that indicated these internationalization or international accelerator programs coming to Kenya to do programs, and I think that was it.
And we felt we were at a place where we were well capacitated as an ecosystem to be able to support our entrepreneurs. Secondly, to be able to run the program and not be told how to run our Kenyan programs. And that was a kind of the push we required as an ecosystem to come together and speak with one voice.
So I remember one of the meetings we had was at Florence Kimata's office at the Ministry of Industrialization.
One of the things I learned very quickly in government is that government has the power of convening. If you call people in your government, they will show up.
And we were invited, to come together and kind of think about this idea of forming a platform, one that will make it possible for us to collaborate as innovation hubs, but also make it easier for other actors, such as governments, such as development organization, to support the ecosystem.
We wanted to start working with startups. The beneficiary is a startup here. So not hubs as the end, but hubs as part of the ecosystem to support the startups. So what we did is to start a track called the Startup Track within the Nairobi Innovation Week and work closely with the hubs. So we said, okay, fine, we need to work with the hubs, but we need to find a way of working with all of you.
And I remember I actually was, because we were volunteering basically. And I got asked, okay, so who wants to write the concept note for what you want to do? So I remember I was one of the people that wrote the first concept note of what ASEC would become. I think with a lady from the Kenya Climate Innovation Center. And the idea was now we'd bring this back to so we formed like a small working group just to like develop this idea. And the name initially was not ASEC. We were really struggling on what would we call this, platform.
It could be KESA.
KASE.
KASE.
KISS.
KASE. KASE.
KAS. different names, right?
The creatives were having too much fun with it.
But when we tried to register CASE, the government said, no, there's nothing that starts with the name Kenya anymore. Anything association right now has the name Kenya has to come at the end.
We had to just move the Kenya
to the end to be Association of Startups and SME Enablers of Kenya, right? And that's how ASEC came to be.
So I remember the first election was very interesting because it was a mix of, first of all, this type of organization has never existed before. So everyone who was running, you really had to have a very strong conviction on why you wanted to be a board member at ASEC. Because again, it was not a paid opportunity. It was again just volunteering your time and expertise to build a foundation for what would now become a nationwide association.
Yeah, the elections were interesting. I think especially leadership, the vice chair and the chair, nobody really wanted to go for those because of course there's so much pressure, and then it's a new organization that you're setting up. No one knows if it will work or not. So yes, we'll support you, but we'll not lead it. And so the two positions were not contested for the chair and the vice chair, because I think a lot of people at the time were not really sure will this work or not. And so Bernard and I had a discussion, a very long discussion around what we would want to before we ran for the office. And we agreed, you know what, let's go for it. We've been, pushing for this to be registered anyway from the word go. It would not make sense for us to shy away. And so Bernard went for the chair, I did for the vice.
Eventually, we had a very successful election, and the first board came into place. I was elected chair.
And then during the election for the policy, we didn't have people competing against us. So then we just got the votes.
And yeah, we started out a journey to build ASEC from the ground up. And now we had, we were officially registered. And the idea now was, okay, you need a secretariat because you see, volunteering cannot be a full-time job because all of us were running our own hubs and there's only so much time we could have given.
So the way the association started is started with a volunteer board, and it was a volunteer hands-on board, and we were actually doing the actual work of both serving as board members and actually serving as the secretariat.
We didn't have the resources, first of all, to hire a full-time CEO, but we needed someone who could run projects, partnerships, and really just hit the ground running. And I remember we did a lot of interviews and attracted a lot of people.
After that, we were able to now begin to recruit a program manager, recruit a communication officer, recruit a project coordinator, an accountant, and that now brought together the secretariat as we know it today.
The launch of ASEC was a much-awaited event. Anticipation had been built among many players who were hopeful of the birth of the association. The event was able to bring together different players such as policymakers, startups, SMEs, local entrepreneurs, academia, government, among others. It was aimed at creating a platform through which enablers would meet fellow enablers and identify areas of collaboration.
The launch of ASEC was at the Crown Plaza. It was in 2019.
Wow, the launch was really something because it's something we had been working towards for a long time.
We had been working on putting together this entire idea of an association. We'd gone through a constitution, we'd gone through registration, we'd gone through putting in some interim officials, we'd gone through elections, and so we're now coming to a place where we're saying, you know what, the baby is here and we want to unveil it to the world.
And then we had a really interesting conversation on that day that helped us to explain why ASEC and what we wanted to achieve, and some of the objectives, the broad objectives around collaboration, policy development, and actually capacity building as well.
It was a culmination of the intent of the players, what we call the enablers, all the hubs. And I don't want to only call them hubs because there were also some, some ESOs, some entrepreneurship support organizations which were very, committed to be able to work with ASEC. there were development partners who came through in a big way, not only to support ASEC as an organization, but to also support their formation. Even the event was sponsored by a development partner.
We had the privilege of being going into a partnership with ICT Norway.
But to understand how ICT Norway came in, we'd have to go a little bit back, because it's a Norwegian organization, and it came actually out of a relationship. When I was running IBIS Africa, I established a great partnership with Pangea Accelerator, which is actually still one of the great players in this ecosystem, members of ASEC.
We have been having conversation with Ministry of Foreign Affairs Norway in terms of how they can support ecosystem, and they were able to come through as one of their support partners for the launch, which made the launch possible. So even before we were able to put this together as an entity, they were willing partners who are willing to come on board. Ministry of Foreign Affairs ICT through ICT Norway, we are able to bring together or rather make the launch successful.
I think ASEC, we've partnered quite a bit with partners like ICT Norway, who have been instrumental in helping us to do a lot of the basic ecosystem building work. How do you bring together the community? How do we establish norms, codes of conduct for ourselves? The startup bill. GIZ has also been very instrumental. And I think even for this short time that I've been the chair, we've already done 3 partnerships. One of them, for example, is WIDO, where it's really a partnership with diaspora out there that are looking to invest back home. There's also 2 programs that we are looking to start very soon. One is AgriJobs for Youth, where we are partnering with our members within the Lake Victoria Basin to understand how do we make agriculture attractive to the youth. The second one is even bigger to me in terms of importance for purposes of ASEC, and so we are partnering with GIZ to be able to do a needs assessment that will enable us to dig deeper. What sectors are we actually excelling in, and what is it that's working in those sectors that we need to replicate in other sectors? And so to me, that's this program where we're looking at really building a baseline for our own performance that we can then use to measure ourselves against and track our progress. Are we getting better? Are we getting worse? Are we stagnating? And why, to me, is going to be very instrumental in terms of shaping the way we build the ecosystem going forward.
Since its establishment, ASEC has been able to host a network of over 45 innovation hubs with a presence in Nairobi, Kisumu, Eldoret, Mombasa, Nakuru, among others. With the association's growth came the need to hire the inaugural CEO who would propel the growth of the association.
I'm very excited to have this role. I feel very honored, first of all. Of course, I had to go through the application process and everything. But I feel being part of the ecosystem, I think now I'm celebrating my 10 years being in the ecosystem, starting off as a student and now growing up to this level of being the CEO. I have seen a lot of changes happening within the Kenyan ecosystem. There's a lot of goodwill that's going on about how Kenya is able to attract investors and even our own innovation ecosystem. So I feel very positive about this role. I feel very positive about where ASEC is going. Why? Because we do have a fully dedicated secretariat team, we have a committed board, we have great development partners such as GIZ, we have the Norwegian government, we also have Konza City, we have the association with countrywide hubs, and also is a key player in the ecosystem, and also we have different government agencies that we're working with. Like for example, now they launched the county regulatory toolkit. We're looking to form more partnerships with the Ministry of East African Community to be able to develop even more favorable policies moving forward. So there's a lot of opportunities that are emerging, and yeah, we are in the right time and space to move forward with this.
Among its many milestones has been the supporting role played in the development of the Startup Bill, developing a code of conduct under its partnership with ICT Norway, and growing the capacity of its members and enablers through the GIZ partnership. As the association projects into the future, ASEC is committed to growing the entrepreneurship ecosystem space through its work in policy, internationalization, capacity building, empowerment, and collaboration, which remain the association's core mandate.
My thoughts about ASEC in the next 5 years is that it will be a truly dynamic organization when it comes to innovation, when it comes to information, data about the ecosystem, when it comes to collaboration, the type of collaboration that we should be doing to build our ecosystem. It should be a true catalyst for solving some of the challenges we've had for a very long time in the innovation ecosystem.
Have more exposure, not just for the startups, but also for the enablers. That the association membership can grow. I'm happy that we're collaborating also with the countrywide hubs. Maybe we can do more joint projects to create more visibility. It's fantastic to see documentation coming out on how the hubs are doing, their business models, which is fantastic. I think one gap is every year for the last 4 years, since 2017, we've been talking about how we need to have data on who we are, data on what we do, indicators that people can quickly get and look at to understand the framework of the ecosystem. Hopefully one day that will now become a reality, that will move from being all talk to people now start pulling in the data into the association, or the association just rallying all the members to contribute to that data pool, because that data pool will give us more visibility, will enable us to be more of an authority in the space. Yeah.
A countrywide, not the countrywide association, which I know we are also friends and the partners and are very good collaborators, but inclusive in the sense that everybody, even if it's a hub in Kuria, Nyanza, feels as if they are strong in that space. If it's a hub in Marsabit, they feel they have a voice. And
my hopes for ASEC are very simple. I think I'd love us to be able to know, like I said, what is it that makes this startup ecosystem tick? It's one of those things that you can only learn by doing. It's not about textbooks, it's not about importing experts from out there, from Silicon Valley and other parts of the world. It's actually partnering with the people on the ground that are actually building it.
My aspiration is for ASEC to be the voice that brings together different stakeholders, to be the voice that is able to attract even more funding, not only for the businesses that we support, but also for our member organizations that are part of the ASEC, that we can be able to push the agenda of supporting the startup and businesses across board at a national level. And I hope we can be able to do that if we are able to continue creating, improving on the structures and getting buy-in from the government and all the other stakeholders in the ecosystem.
And the kind of unity that we are seeing at ASEC is one that is promising. The pillars or the objectives for which ASEC was founded was collaboration, internationalization, capacity building, and speaking to policy. And these are actually things that are going to actually happen, and are we already seeing them happen?
ASEC to probably try and, I know there's a countrywide hubs, which are the hubs out of Nairobi, but how do we then convene? And I'm not saying they're separate, because you will find that there are some members of the countrywide hubs who are also members of ASEC, being the Apex organization. But how do we work together to drive innovation in the counties? Because not all startups or entrepreneurs or innovators will be able to access a hub. You will find people in their own small space, in their own workspaces, doing very creative things. And only when you're on the ground, in the counties, will you be able to support them.
I'm bullish about innovation, and I'm bullish about this country. I think if we work together, we've already seen that we lobbied for KIEP, got it. We worked on Startup Act, it passed, and it had the largest public participation forum, because it was led by us. And that I think is something that I hope we continue to do. A collective voice, a collective effort, a collective drive to have positive impact. So I hope in the next 5 years we have influence policies, which we're already doing. Proud of that. We are supporting, more entrepreneurs to go international. Internationalization is one component that I was very passionate in the strategy of ASEC, and I feel in the next 5 years, that's something we should start now, so that in the next 5 years we have a lot of international Kenyan startups that have gone international, but there's also a lot of international interest that has been brought in because of ASEC. So, well, I'm too hopeful, but I like to be too hopeful.
Bearer for that. ASEC should be the one running.
Their topic, okay.
We're pitching why people should join this topic. Let me first wear my hat, because then it becomes very clear. Hello, everybody. How you guys doing? Now people are not even saying hello to me because they do not want to join this group. Let me tell you. So we are here discussing where the rubber meets the road. Who is ASEC other than us? And how do we speak to the clarity of ASEC if we do not have clarity ourselves? So that's kind of where we are basing our conversation. And actually we've had very interesting, will there be a chance to talk about one of the few things that came up. So for example, wow, this group I had like professors, so it's really difficult to choose one. So allow me to sneak in two. So the first one was, what is it that ASEC does not do? So that we also be clear that vision strategy is not so much what we want to do, because then we have an endless list. We need to address the issue of opportunity cost and bite that bullet and say there are things that we shall not do. We did not want to fill in the blanks. We just wanted to pose that question. Second one was very quickly in terms of how do we create shared value? And I think one of the things that was coming out is we are all facing the same challenges. It's very difficult to articulate what is the value that an ESO creates, to who, and why does it matter? And why should we then have that ability to demonstrate that not only are we creating value, but we should capture a slice of this value for the sustainability and the scaling of that value that we're creating. If that doesn't speak to your bottom line, please come and see us. But if it does, join this group.
All right. So remember the whole idea is that after this, you can move to another group. In fact, the idea is you must move to another group. So the cafe leaders are pitching why you should move to their group, and maybe something that might speak to your heart, yeah? Chris?
So I'll start by asking which of my members want to leave. Better say none. Intimidation. Anyway, you're free to leave because you have to go and contribute your wonderful ideas to other cafes. I'm inviting other people to come here because we're talking about collaboration, and we're asking ourselves the question of how can we become more successful working together and get bigger projects. So you want to come here because we are the ones going after big projects. Those guys are just dreaming. As we are talking about money, pesa utas, okay? So, and also we're talking about how can we successfully collaborate on already existing projects, and how can ASEC actually champion that entire issue of collaboration. Obviously, we're looking at how does collaboration look like now, what are the bottlenecks, what is the vision, and how do we get there? So you're most welcome.
All right, that's Pesa Utas.
All right. So for us, what we're looking at is tangible ESO support. So already we've been able to identify 4 things: community, opportunities, fundraising, and capacity building. But the key word there is tangible. So the reason you should join our group is you can come and, your wish list, what you want ASEC to be able to do for you, and really the value proposition of ASEC. However, we're also realistic. We have our underlying principles, transparency and sharing info, and then even just being true to the capacity of ASEC in terms of resources. Yeah.
Good afternoon. When you are given the MC's mic, it means this is the group to join. Yes, as we were looking at what will move the needle, now all these discussions, we can have them and they are very good. We can have the vision, we can have the cooperation, but the question we want to ask ourselves, what is that needle and what is it going to look like in the next 5 to 10 years? So we're looking at value. How do you create value and continue increasing that value so that now members find ASEC attractive, the world finds ASEC attractive, and in that case we're looking then, what are those gaps that we must be able to fill to be able to convert to value? What are those partnerships that we have to have and linkages on behalf of members so that members can feel this is something that they need to do? What's that kind of certification that we can have so that when you have the patch for ASEC, it says volumes about who you are and what you are associating with and the opportunities that are there for you. Yes? And if it is policy, it's not going to everyone policy. What is that 1 or 2, 3 things that we can touch on members that then can create value in the long run? Now, that and many more is what we want you to join us so that you can build it better. Thanks.
Good afternoon. For our group, we were looking at how do you measure the impact of ASEC, and for us, we looked at it through the 4 mandates for the organization, and we picked 2 that we nailed down on, the first one being internationalization, and we looked at the metrics that we can use to measure this particular mandate, and one of them is through, the first one is measuring the number of global linkages that ASEC has provided to the members, and also the number of innovations that have been showcased through ASEC based on the various international events that are held. One of them, she mentioned that there are events like Slash that ASEC used to sponsor members previously, and also through that we are able to measure the revenue in terms of growth, revenue that is associated with the global linkages. The second one, we looked at policies. One being the number of policies that ASEC has contributed to in support of the SMEs, could probably be tax policy implications, where we mentioned we have foreigners who come into the country and they get tax holidays or tax breaks, but then for us as a Kenyan, when you open your organization today, the next day you're expected to file your taxes. So looking at the number of policies that ASEC has contributed into, and also in terms of reports, we have industry reports that are able to show and give data in terms of what innovations have the members provided. So one of the things that we're looking at is data. So we said data is king. If you want to join the data people, you can join us.
All right. So you've heard it from the cafe owners. So I'll give you guys a minute to switch. Move to the table that speaks to your heart. Go. It is okay. You're supposed to move, actually. The idea is to move. Let's move because of time. There are some people who are not defecting. I don't know why. Group 5, you cannot stay intact.
Which one should I go to?
Doesn't work like that. Let's move.
Are you leaving? Oh, no, I'm not leaving. I thought you were leaving. How are you leaving your own group? Nimeshangala. Umepita group na mwenyewe ubelieve in it umehepa. I thought you was leaving and you were the one teaching.
Let's move. Are you guys new?
Thank you. I'm an early adopter. Clearly. Welcome to early adopters become part of your team. Because they give you a lot of feedback.
Remember, only the cafe owners remain.
Yeah. So welcome.
Everybody else should move. Chris? I think you go ahead. Looks like your group is constituted already.
Are you sit here? Wait. Your group is just sit here.
Where is your hat?
Hey, your hat is here. Do you want to run out? Wait.
All right, you guys continue. Yeah.
Government
Continue.
forces.
All right. Yeah.
All
right. As a cafe owner, all right, you have 15 minutes starting now. Remember, as a cafe owner, what you're trying to do is pick out new insights.
Yes.
Something that you have not had before.
The year was 2005. At the time, the word incubation was a novel concept to many, with many businesses not having habit of what it meant to use digital solutions to grow their businesses. Fast track to 2017, incubation hubs had grown tremendously and immensely, with different conversations taking place around the development of the entrepreneurship sector through startup ecosystems. However, they lacked a unified voice that was able to represent the interests and needs of stakeholders.
So what led to the beginning of ASEC was the fact that we were all operating quite disjointed as hubs.
We were not collaborating enough.
I don't think hubs were even meeting. I think we only mostly met during either AfriLabs or at tech conferences that are happening around.
And these were like organic kind of meetings, but they created an opportunity for people to really talk and connect.
I remember I started actually a very funny group called 254 Spaces, which is basically for all the hubs who have physical spaces to talk and to be able to share some of their challenges. As any political WhatsApps, it didn't go far. It died a very miserable death.
There were other issues. There was unhealthy competition, replication of resources. There was a lot of things we could have done together that when we did them separately, they became smaller and with a lot less impact.
We realized that we did not have a voice that could represent us. For example, if we wanted to engage with the government on things like policy.
We were failing to engage government because we were all going as individuals, and the government itself wanted to get a bigger picture of the entire ecosystem.
The way government works is that they engage with associations, with groups. Why? Because it's very hard for government to reach out to everybody individually, but the power of working together means whatever we agree is quickly disseminated and is impacting a bigger group.
It came a point where we needed a collective voice in terms of representation at a government conversation, representation of the ecosystem agenda. And back in 2017, it was very clear that there needed to be one voice.
At the time, we were talking about, we were having a conversation with the World Bank around the Kenya Industry and Entrepreneurship Project.
And we were all there helping to guide the formation of these terms of reference. Then for some reason, there was one component of the terms of reference that indicated these internationalization or international accelerator programs coming to Kenya to do programs, and I think that was it.
And we felt we were at a place where we were well capacitated as an ecosystem to be able to support our entrepreneurs. Secondly, to be able to run the program and not be told how to run our Kenyan programs. And that was a kind of the push we required as an ecosystem to come together and speak with one voice.
So I remember one of the meetings we had was at Florence Kimata's office at the Ministry of Industrialization.
One of the things I learned very quickly in government is that government has the power of convening. If you call people in your government, they will show up.
And we were invited, to come together and kind of think about this idea of forming a platform, one that will make it possible for us to collaborate as innovation hubs, but also make it easier for other actors, such as governments, such as development organization, to support the ecosystem.
We wanted to start working with startups. The beneficiary is a startup here. So not hubs as the end, but hubs as part of the ecosystem to support the startups. So what we did is to start a track called the Startup Track within the Nairobi Innovation Week and work closely with the hubs. So we said, okay, fine, we need to work with the hubs, but we need to find a way of working with all of you.
And I remember I actually was, because we were volunteering basically, and I got asked, okay, so who wants to write the concept note for what you want to do? So I remember I was one of the people that wrote the first concept note of what ASEC would become. I think with a lady from the Kenya Climate Innovation Center. And the idea was now we'd bring this back to the, so we formed like a small working group just to like develop this idea. And yeah, the name eventually, actually initially was not ASEC. We were really struggling on what would we call this, you know, platform.
It could be KESA,
Kase,
Kase,
Case,
Kase, Kase,
KS, different names, right?
The creatives were having too much fun with it.
But when we tried to register Kase, the government said no, there's nothing that starts with the name Kenya anymore. Anything association right now has the name Kenya has to come at the end.
We had to just move the Kenya
to the end to be Association of Startups and SME Enablers of Kenya, right? And that's how ASEC came to be.
So I remember the first election was very interesting because it was a mix of, first of all, this type of organization has never existed before. So everyone who was running, you really had to have a very strong conviction on why you wanted to be a board member at ASEC. Because again, it was not a paid opportunity. It was again just volunteering your time and expertise to build a foundation for what would now become a nationwide association.
Yeah, the elections were interesting. I think especially leadership, the vice chair and the chair, nobody really wanted to go for those because of course there's so much pressure, and then it's a new organization that you're setting up. No one knows if it will work or not. So yes, we'll support you, but we'll not lead it. And so the two positions were not contested for the chair and the vice chair, because I think a lot of people at the time were not really sure will this work or not. And so Bernard and I had a discussion, a very long discussion around what we would want to before we ran for the office. And we agreed, you know what, let's go for it. We've been, pushing for this to be registered anyway from the word go. It would not make sense for us to shy away. And so Bernard went for the chair, I did for the vice.
Eventually we had a very successful election, and the first board came into place. I was elected chair.
And then during the election for the policy, we didn't have people competing against us. So then we just got the votes.
And yeah, we started out a journey to build ASEC from the ground up. And now we had, we were officially registered. And the idea now was, okay, you need a secretariat because you see, volunteering cannot be a full-time job because all of us were running our own hubs and there's only so much time we could have given.
So the way the association started is started with a volunteer board, and it was a volunteer hands-on board, and we were actually doing the actual work of both serving as board members and actually serving as the secretariat.
We didn't have the resources, first of all, to hire a full-time CEO, but we needed someone who could run projects, partnerships, and really just hit the ground running. And I remember we did a lot of interviews and attracted a lot of people.
After that, we were able to now begin to recruit a program manager, recruit a communication officer, recruit a project coordinator, an accountant, and that now brought together the secretariat as we know it today.
The launch of ASEC was a much-awaited event. Anticipation had been built among many players who were hopeful of the birth of the association. The event was able to bring together different players such as policymakers, startups, SMEs, local entrepreneurs, academia, government, among others. It was aimed at creating a platform through which enablers would meet fellow enablers and identify areas of collaboration.
The launch of ASEC was at the Crown Plaza. It was in 2019.
Wow, the launch was really something, because it's something we had been working towards for a long time.
We had been working on putting together this entire idea of an association. We'd gone through a constitution, we'd gone through registration, we'd gone through putting in some interim officials, we'd gone through elections, and so we're now coming to a place where we're saying, you know what, the baby is here and we want to unveil it to the world.
And then we had a really interesting conversation on that day that helped us to explain why ASEC and what we wanted to achieve, and some of the objectives, the broad objectives around collaboration, policy development, and actually capacity building as well.
It was a culmination of the intent of the players, you know, what we call the enablers, all the hubs. And I don't want to only call them hubs, because there were also some, you know, some ESOs, some entrepreneurship support organizations which were very, you know, committed to be able to work with ASEC. There were development partners who came through in a big way, not only to support ASEC as an organization, but to also support their formation. Even the event was sponsored by a development partner.
We had the privilege of being going into a partnership with ICT Norway.
But to understand how ICT Norway came in, we'd have to go a little bit back, because it's a Norwegian organization, and it came actually out of a relationship. When I was running IBIS Africa, I established a great partnership with Pangea Accelerator, which is actually still one of the great players in this ecosystem, members of ASEC.
We have been having conversation with Ministry of Foreign Affairs Norway in terms of how they can support ecosystem, and they were able to come through as one of their support partners for the launch, which made the launch possible. So even before we were able to put this together as an entity, they were willing partners who are willing to come on board. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, ICT, through ICT Norway, we were able to bring together make the launch successful.
I think ASEC, we've partnered quite a bit with partners like ICT Norway, who have been instrumental in helping us to do a lot of the basic ecosystem building work. How do you bring together the community? How do we establish norms, codes of conduct for ourselves? The startup bill. GIZ has also been very instrumental. And I think even for this short time that I've been the chair, we've already done 3 partnerships. One of them, for example, is WeDo, where it's really a partnership with diaspora out there that are looking to invest back home. There's also 2 programs that we are looking to start very soon. One is AgriJobs for Youth, where we are partnering with our members within the Lake Victoria Basin to understand how do we make agriculture attractive to the youth. The second one is even bigger to me in terms of importance for purposes of ASEC, and so we are partnering with GIZ to be able to do a needs assessment that will enable us to dig deeper. What sectors are we actually excelling in, and what is it that's working in those sectors that we need to replicate in other sectors? And so to me, that's this program where we're looking at really building a baseline for our own performance that we can then use to measure ourselves against and track our progress. Are we getting better? Are we getting worse? Are we stagnating? And why, to me, is going to be very instrumental in terms of shaping the way we build the ecosystem going forward.
Since its establishment, ASEC has been able to host a network of over 45 innovation hubs with a presence in Nairobi, Kisumu, Eldoret, Mombasa, Nakuru, among others. With the association's growth came the need to hire the inaugural CEO who would propel the growth of the association.
I'm very excited to have this role. I feel very honored, first of all. Of course, I had to go through the application process and everything. But I feel being part of the ecosystem, I think now I'm celebrating my 10 years being in the ecosystem, starting off as a student and now growing up to this level of being the CEO. I have seen a lot of changes happening within the Kenyan ecosystem. there's a lot of goodwill that's going on about how Kenya is able to attract investors and even our own innovation ecosystem. So I feel very positive about this role. I feel very positive about where ASEC is going. Why? Because we do have a fully dedicated secretariat team, we have a committed board, we have great development partners such as JZ, we have the Norwegian government, we also have Concert, we have the association with countrywide hubs that also is a key player in the ecosystem, and also we have different government agencies that we're working with. Like for example, now they launched the county regulatory toolkit. We're looking to form more partnerships with the Ministry of East African Community to be able to develop even more favorable policies moving forward. So there's a lot of opportunities that are emerging, and yeah, we are in the right time and space to move forward with this.
Among its many milestones has been the supporting role played in the development of the Startup Bill, developing a code of conduct under its partnership with ICT Norway, and growing the capacity of its members and enablers through the GIZ partnership. As the association projects into the future, ASEC is committed to growing the entrepreneurship ecosystem space through its working policy, internationalization, capacity building, empowerment, and collaboration, which remain the association's core mandate.
My thoughts about ASEC in the next 5 years is that it will be a truly dynamic organization when it comes to innovation, when it comes to information, data about the ecosystem, when it comes to collaboration, the type of collaboration that we should be doing to build our ecosystem. It should be a true catalyst for solving some of the challenges we've had for a very long time in the innovation ecosystem.
Have more exposure, not just for the startups but also for the enablers, that the association membership can grow. I'm happy that we're collaborating also with the countrywide hubs. Maybe we can do more joint projects to create more visibility. It's fantastic to see documentation coming out on how the hubs are doing, their business models, which is fantastic. I think one gap is every year for the last 4 years, since 2017, we've been talking about how we need to have data on who we are, data on what we do, indicators that people can quickly get and look at to understand the framework of the ecosystem. Hopefully one day that will now become a reality, that will move from being all talk to people now start pulling in the data into the association, or the association just rallying all the members to contribute to that data pool, because that data pool will give us more visibility, will enable us to be more of an authority in the space. Yeah.
A countrywide, not the countrywide association, which I know we are also friends and the partners and are very good collaborators, but inclusive in the sense that everybody, even if it's a hub in Kuria, Nyanza, feels as if they are strong in that space. If it's a hub in Marsabit, they feel they have a voice. And they are.
My hopes for ASEC are very simple. I think I'd love us to be able to know, like I said, what is it that makes the startup ecosystem tick. It's one of those things that you can only learn by doing. It's not about textbooks, it's not about importing experts from out there, from Silicon Valley and other parts of the world. It's actually partnering with the people on the ground that are actually building it.
My aspiration is for ASEC to be the voice that brings together different stakeholders, to be the voice that is able to attract even more funding, not only for the businesses that we support, but also for our member organizations that are part of the ASEC, that we can be able to push the agenda of supporting the startup and businesses across board at a national level. And I hope we can be able to do that if we are able to continue creating, improving on the structures and getting buy-in from the government and all the other stakeholders in the ecosystem.
And the kind of unity that we are seeing at ASEC is one that is promising. The pillars or the objectives for which ASEC was founded was collaboration, internationalization, capacity building, and speaking to policy. And these are actually things that are going to actually happen, and are we already seeing them happen?
ASEC to probably try and, I know there's a countrywide hubs, which are the hubs out of Nairobi, but how do we then convene? And I'm not saying they're separate, because you will find that there are some members of the countrywide hubs who are also members of ASEC, being the apex organization. But how do we work together to drive innovation in the counties? Because not all startups or entrepreneurs or innovators will be able to access a hub. You will find people in their own small space, in their own workspaces, doing very creative things. And only when you're on the ground, in the counties, will you be able to support them.
I'm bullish about innovation, and I'm bullish about this country.
And the idea is, as a cafe owner, you get 5 minutes. Try and summarize some of the key findings from your group. Remember, we're not trying to pick up all the issues. Chris, go ahead.
Sorry, we feel.
Guys, one meeting.
Right.
One meeting.
Okay. Is this mic working? You can?
We can hear you.
Chandi can't hear me. You see, Chandi can't hear me. Okay.
Chris, could you please come in front for the camera, please?
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Chris Odongo. I'm here together with my co-facilitator,
Rachel Ndungu, Biashara Africa.
In the spirit of collaboration, we've come together. Okay. Anyway, so I think we sort of divided our conversation into 3 areas. We asked ourselves, what does collaboration look like now? What's the status of collaboration? And then we asked, what's the ideal? How should an ideal collaboration look like? And then we asked, what could the roadmap be between where we are now to where we want to be, and how should ASEC support in that journey? And we did our best to be very candid. And so the first thing we said is, there's a lot of effort being made for people to collaborate. So as enablers, we are working and trying to collaborate. But we come to the table asking ourselves, what's in it for me? Not what's in it for us or what's in it for the entrepreneur. We're looking at it as, what do I get out of this collaboration? And if we don't find that we get anything, we are walking away from that collaboration. And so we're not supporting each other in that way. And that then makes the collaboration that is currently happening very transactional and very short term. And then we also noted that there are times when we are forced to collaborate. So we have forced marriages from international consultants who have won the tender, and they've come and they've subcontracted locally, or even international donors who come and then, because they say we don't have capacity, so they segment. Then we are together in a project and we are silently watching the other person fail, so that when the project goes to phase 2, if I'm the one who was successful, then I will get everything and I'll have fewer competitors. And so we are not actively sabotaging others, but we are also not enabling them to succeed. That's the current status of collaboration. We come from it with a scarcity mindset and asking ourselves, what's in it for me? And therefore, we are not able to win international contracts, because then we basically remain segmented and fragmented.
Yeah, just to add on the discussion, I don't know how much time we have. 3 minutes, so we have 3 more minutes. I think 2 key issues stood out, and maybe we need to progress that discussion. And in relation to what Chris And by the way, he's my mentor. Just in case I behave very well. Yeah. The issue of scarcity mentality. We go for 2 cents. So everyone is, running together small money or kidogo money. We are all implementing the project, targeting the same entrepreneur. So the entrepreneur moves from World, Biashara Africa, Yohab, the same entrepreneur. We expected to report impact. So who are we reporting about? The same entrepreneur. So I think collaboration in a way to identify those who move from one program to another, even for sustainability, and to report actual impact. I think that stood out, and maybe we need to think about how do we grow the pie, is it? Because if you have one funder, let's say UN or GIZ or the Kenyan government, why not? Funding 10 ESOs here, running the same capacity building program, targeting the same entrepreneurs. Will it make impact? Is it sustainable? So I think there's a gap there. The other issue that also came up with some of the funders is around reporting. So you run a program, you report like multiple times, There's even a field to put your grandmother's name, That's detailed. And you look at the funding you got versus the time and the resources you're spending reporting, it doesn't make sense. Maybe it's an issue, and we have our board members, and I'm also a board member. We possibly need to pick with some of the funders to see how that can be done. Maybe there are policies that are approved elsewhere, but maybe an issue. And it may not make sense. So I don't know what the experience has been with the others. Now, the last one, because I can see them standing, is duplication. Yeah, so we duplicate a lot of work. And I like what Patricia from Kayana gave an example. So she runs the Women Awards. So you find another organization running Women Awards. Another one, Women Awards. So you have 10 Women Awards in Kenya. Does it really make sense? You're running, whatever the motivation is, I can guarantee you there'll be no money for most of them, if not all of them, is it? Suppose they came together, the 10 of them, and ran the Women Awards. How big would that be? Is it? Maybe they can even invite the president of the US to attend as a guest speaker. But just think through, some of those things. And also there was the issue of capacity building. All of us do capacity building programs, and most likely the same, right? Is there an opportunity there? Like we are 80 of us running capacity building programs, is very likely maybe 30 of us or 40 of us are running the same program. So suppose we came together and ran that program, would it make impact, or would they steal your entrepreneurs? I don't know. Just ideas that. Yeah.
Thank you. Your time's up.
One more thing we have to say. No. Just trust me, it's a very good one.
Okay.
So, what can we be? How do we get from where we are to where we want to go? One. And shared values. Can we get to a place where a particular specialization, I can find them easily. And then, can we define different areas of collaboration? So collaboration is not just about projects, it's not just about capacity building, but can we have collaboration within communities, collaborations along thematic areas, collaboration for knowledge sharing, so that then if I have an experience with a particular grant maker or a particular donor, then I can share that experience with others so that they can also be able to succeed. If I've succeeded or I have challenges, if I share it, then all of us can be able to succeed faster. And then collaboration around data, and that actually is what can give us power, because we are all serving entrepreneurs, but we don't have a shared data and knowledge repository. And yet, if we collaborated and put our data in one space, then we'd learn from each other, and we'll actually also have a higher bargaining power or a higher agency with the donors. And then finally, of course, collaborations around projects. And to say this, we don't have agency and power because we are divided. And so when we go to talk to donors, they basically treat us as divided people. But if we came together, then we could actually be able to push back and say these reporting requirements are not relevant for ASEC members because we have a certain level of standard, and with that we can actually handle this much work. Thank you.
All right, let's give him a hand. Them a hand, rather.
Oh, last one.
No, go.
Last one.
Go.
We need to build ASEC so that ASEC can build us. I've gone with the mic.
Hey, Chris, I had one question back against what you're saying. After or later? I think later. Let's hear from everybody first.
Yes, we'll keep it short and sweet. So we were looking at tangible ESO support. Sorry? Oh.
Sorry, I'm giving him pressure. Sorry.
My name is Tim Dagori. Thank you.
I'm Gladys Kivati.
All right. So we were looking at tangible ESO support. And I like what one of our members summarized it as. They said ASEC should be an ESO for ESOs. All right? You should clap for that, I think. So they're the underlying principles. One was transparency, that's sharing info. Then the second one was just appreciating what really is ASEC's capacity in terms of resources. Then the third was a plan, and this plan should be shared. Already it was shared that there's a plan, there's a strategy that exists, that's in development, but just being able to, for it to be able to be unpacked for each of for every member to have access to. Then the fourth principle was Jitume, that members should actually go out of their way to really help themselves, I guess I would say. So yes, you can clap for that. So then there are the four things: capacity building, community opportunities, and fundraising. So when it comes to tangible capacity building, I'll just mention a few, then you can mention the rest. There was one, not all ESOs are equal, they have different needs. So even when we're doing capacity building, it should be specific to that. Then community, someone talked about expos, an available database, models and case studies. Remember the principles as we talk about that. Then opportunities, even using member services. Someone said, like, even for this space, it could have been held at a member's facility. That would be an opportunity for them to earn an income. Then creating a marketplace. Yes. Then fundraising, those reporting and templates. Yeah. Then maybe you can wrap up.
I think also to add on fundraising, there's I think Anne mentioned something around crowdsourcing, and is it possible for us not to just respond to what donors want, and I think it ties with the collaboration. Is it possible for us to collaborate depending on the strengths of the different ESOs and going to approach a funder and telling them these are the ecosystem needs, can you fund this? So more of a concept note for those who know. Something else that has come up is looking for new trends. So issues such as can we get experts who really, like now AI is a big thing, someone saying circular is a big thing, getting experts who can actually capacity build ESOs rather than someone just standing and saying I can run a circular accelerator, but what's the best practice for that? And with that, different ESOs can run similar things. There's also the regional connection. So what ASEC can do for ESOs, I think that's what you're trying to respond. when someone wants to do work in Uganda, is there a way in which, I'm not going there and looking for a partner in Uganda blindly? Are we also establishing regional partnership with other associations, and those people we are partnering with are vetted and they can actually drive the brand value for ASEC? I think that's it. Anything we have not said? Yeah, and for the strategy, we said members need to know where ASEC is going in the next 5 years. I think one of our members here said, by the time we leave here, I don't know if ASEC can provide that clarity. Yes, so where are we going, so that members can tap into that. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Give them a hand.
Okay, hi everyone. Carol Nyamoya-Mwazi and
Robert Karanja. We both got mics.
Yes. Okay, so ours was group 1. What does clarity of the vision of ASEC look like? So we felt it's good to start with what is the current vision, and it's to be the leading voice and support of startup and SME enablers in Kenya and beyond, to advance entrepreneurship as a key driver of social economic growth and development. We discussed a lot. It won't fit into the time that we have, so I'll just give you a high level and then share the details with Mercy. But one key question that was asked is, are we a leading voice? And it was said that there are so many other associations that represent ESOs, and have we made any steps to becoming the leading voice? Important point was that how do we accelerate ASEC's visibility? We talked of CAM, we talked of KEPSA, who are 50, 60 years old, and we were saying, is that how long we have to wait? And we said no. So we can actually fast track that process. And we said we have the right intention, but do we have the right systems and structures? Do we have standards? And this was a key conversation in the 2 conversations that we facilitated, is that ESOs in ASEC are at different levels. So how do we harmonize the progression from probably a startup ESO into a really solid established one? And so organizational development was key. Standardized capacity building also was really key, and there was also conversation about an anchor program, and even certification and validation and standardization. And it was said that there's also need for clarity on who exactly an enabler is. One key thing before I hand over to Robert was also, who are we not? And it was strongly stressed that ASEC is not an enabler of SMEs, that is, and it should focus on its mandate of being an enabler of ESOs, and do that so well that ESOs then can go ahead and do what their mandate is, which is to support to support SMEs and startups. So that was the main thing. And another key emphasis was that we need to bring entrepreneurship back to the center, because remember we talked about the social economic growth and development, and to also bring in other stakeholders. So yes, we talk a lot about the ESOs, but what about government? What about the corporates, the donors, the entrepreneurs themselves, and even academia? So how do we expand the conversation and embrace more of the ecosystem? Over to you, Robert.
Thank you so much. And a great job on the summary. And thank you. Please, you should applaud her. I totally agree. So I'll just add 2 quick things. So the first one is, what is it, I really feel passionately about this, that ASEC will not have clarity if, as ESOs, we don't have clarity. And what I really simply mean is, if you don't understand what's your business model, you don't understand what value do you create for who, and how do you capture a slice of that value to speak to your own sustainability and your scaling, then there's a challenge that is fundamentally there. And so to me, the reason I'm raising this is because I've really desired for a long time to have this kind of a forum where we bring the leadership of the ESOs together. And one of the things I want to highlight is Chris and Rachel, who, as they were coming here, when Rachel was saying Chris is actually my mentor. And I'd want to ask, can we mentor one another so that we make sure that those that are the bigger, those much stronger ESOs, because you're here in this room, adopt somebody. If you are starting out and those questions I'm asking, you're kind of like, yeah, they are good questions. Please seek somebody who you think is doing a good job and ask them to mentor you so that we quickly close the gap that's within our membership. Then we'll quickly start having a singular voice. Because part of the reason that we are not a leading voice is just that we don't have, it's hard to align our vision when we don't know where we are going. So that would be number one. The number two, I think, is just to highlight that we do need to, anyway, keep the last one. Yeah, keep that first one. Make it number two, number three. Thank you.
All right. Group 5? Have we heard from group 5? No. Yes.
Write all of them down.
Just write them down.
And if there's anything you miss, you can just add.
Yeah. My name is Isaiah Ichana. So I'll also allow to introduce herself.
My name is Sheila Birgen.
Yeah. So I'll just make still a quick run because what we are saying is creating that value, moving that needle. But all the things that we discuss is how do we define ourselves, defining that value and identifying the gap. But when we say that, then we realize that we are not very clear about the vision because we are still defining it. We are trying to see how do we not compete with the ESOs that we're also supposed to support. What does that mean? Still the challenge we have of defining who we are. So from that, what have we said? Just a minute. From that, what we have said is that one of the things that we need to do is create that feasibility. Do we have the correct vehicles for creating that feasibility? We know ASEC is known, but could it be that we already know that ASEC is known and it's us who know that ASEC is there? And nobody outside ASEC knows about it. If you go to the digital platform, you'd see KRA running programs there. You'd see other forums there. Are we doing the same that somebody can actually go into that digital platform that we have and get substantial information that can build that particular ESO? That's a source of knowledge that we have. We talked about the linkages. How many linkages do we have and how do we create those linkages that they're not for the benefit of ASEC itself, but it's for the benefit of the member, so that now there is that free flow that is going there. We talk about the data. How are we collecting data about the sector and then using that as model so that now even the ESOs can actually be able to see that these are the growth trends for the ESOs in the next couple of years. And then if we want to increase our space, this is how we must be able to do. What assumptions do we see there? Because if we come with that model, because we can get the data from the different ESOs, convert it into a model, a growth model, so that now each ESO can see that for our kind of sector, for it to move, this is what we must be able to do because this is where the trends are going, and these are the lessons that we can learn from other regions across the world, because what we are doing here is not unique to East Africa or to Kenya. It's what has been done elsewhere. How can we borrow from there and then model and see for us to grow? This is what we must be able to do so that now we have all those collaborations. Now, feasibility again, the translate. How do we make sure that what we do is actually translated in the right forums? We talk about government and we say we want to be that voice that is going to challenge government. But you realize that you can easily work better with government. One of us said that if you look at the number of millions, the amount of millions going through government supporting ESOs, but not ending at supporting entrepreneurs, but not really having impact is a lot. How can we tap into that? Working with counties, how can we be that kind of nature to ensure that we are doing well? The other thing is that you realize that we support ESOs from different sectors. How about us creating working groups from the different sectors so that now those sectors have got their unique needs that can be channeled upwards, and then now ASEC can be able to champion. So there's information moving from ASEC towards the ESOs, but there's also information moving in terms of needs that are coming onto into the table of ASEC. Then it's able to build that growth that can be sustainable in the future. So even as we reflect, what do ESOs need? Growth. How do we define that growth? Because ASEC can be as good as the quality of the ESOs that we have? How do we ensure that? So even as we are asking ourselves, how do we grow ASEC? Actually, the other question is, how do we grow the ESOs, because that is the strength that will build ASEC. So let me allow her to comment also.
Okay, so I'll give the other points in just bullet format. I think they are quite straightforward. So I think one thing we can do is to use the strategic partnerships that we have right now to benefit members. I think there was a conversation around how can members partner with other members in other countries. We already have some MOUs we've signed in Nigeria, in Ghana, in Uganda, and with AfriLab, so we can start with that. I think the other thing that was mentioned was providing corporate linkages. So there was, for instance, a launch yesterday by Britam. How can we be the source of industry knowledge for corporates that are planning to set such spaces, and also provide linkages to our members to cooperate with, to partner with those corporates. And then how can we have, I think we should be able to have amplified, unified voice. I think that's one of the value that other associations, CAM, KEPSA, whatnot, have that we don't have. So if we have a unified voice for the ecosystem, I think that would be great. I think we need to position ASEC for also board seats within KEPSA and CAM, because we're not competing. All of us are supporting the industry, and they, most of them work with some of the partners we are looking for instance, this corporate. So I think we need to do that. I think the bit about data, I think we should use that data to provide an advocacy tool, either if it's to pitch the importance of governments or corporates or development organizations working with ESOs based on the impact that we as an association have we've had, but also the impact that our members have had on their constituents who are startups and SMEs. And then the last one, outward facing, anchor program. So maybe having a certification course for enablers, so that we can strengthen the brand, so that anyone who's a member of ASEC can really, if they go anywhere, if you go anywhere today and you mention a large association and say, I'm part of this association, it kind of gives you that credibility. Then inward facing, we discussed building the strength capacity for the association secretariat, because they are stretched thin. There are so many things we are asking from them. There are very few people. They cannot be able to deliver all of those things. So for us to be able to get the value that we need to build capacity of the association, and then also the resources. So resources would be, once we've defined the values that the association is giving to us, and remember, we are the association, can we be able to now tier maybe the membership fee for the association, or any other way for the association to have multiple revenue streams to support the team that we are trying to build internally, and for all these requests that we want the association to be able to provide for us, they would require resources. So we need to also build the financial muscle for the association. Yeah.
Just as a close, one of the things that we must be able to look at ASEC level and at ESO level is the governance structures, because there will be competition. As you had Chitume means what? Go and get it. But in the process of going and getting it, the other person may miss. So we need to strengthen governance structure so that there's a succession plan within ASEC, but also within the ESO, because that's the long-term growth, and that's really how we can sustain that value that we create. Thanks.
All right, let's give them a hand. All right, I think we have one last group. Yes.
Yes, this is a group that was working on how do we measure the impact of ASEC. I think we've done it in two ways. We've shown how so far what is measurable based on our pillars, and then there is a lot of novelty on how we can measure impact, or tools that we can introduce for doing that going forward. So we have our able table lead present the points. Yeah.
Okay. In the group, we discussed development of a tool that can be used to measure impact, and we suggested that this tool can be incorporated into the day-to-day operations of organizations. Our aim was to try and measure what is ASEC's contribution to GDP. We have formulas that we can use. We can either use output, income, or expenditure. So within the tool, we suggested incorporating various metrics. One of them being in terms of the number of trainings that every organization has. So the idea is for this tool to be filled by the members, and then the overall contribution to the GDP is ASEC contribution to the GDP. So this tool, our suggestion is to be filled by the members, could have the number of trainings that we have carried out in the year, the number of businesses, startups and SMEs we've supported, number of decent jobs that have been created, what is the impact in terms of revenue growth, the number of lives that have been impacted, probably countries visited, what is our PR value in the organization in shilling value. So then having all those metrics individually in the organization feeds into the larger impact of ASEC. So our challenge to the members is, to the innovators is, how are we able to develop this tool, and is it possible to incorporate it into our day-to-day activities? Just as you mentioned, they have a similar tool that can be adopted or changed based on the needs of the organization.
Yeah. I think we've really done it at a high level. There's a tool already existing. The innovators that could customize the tool. It can be automated so that as we are doing the different things and reporting on our own activities, it's compiling information and data that is going to the big standardized report that we need to compile at the end of the year. So really, I think there's a lot of creativity over here around what to measure and how to measure it, and how this can really position ASEC as the go-to entity, you know, when you have to discuss policy and everything else that we are talking about. So we have a lot of notes. I think we'll pass it to ASEC, but let's leave it there at that level. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Because of time, what I'll just say is that I know you have feedback, you have questions. Please note them down. After this, there's lunch, so that at least you can continue that conversation. Sorry? 2? Okay, I like that. So which are the 2?
They're not so good.
Wait. Let's establish the 2.
Yeah.
So yours and who else? Who else had a piece of feedback or comment? You'll add one. Okay. All right. Sorry? So how many are there? There are too many. Let's just stick to 2.
So yours is... Okay, thank you. I'll try to take... Sorry? Okay, sawa. So I'll try to summarize my comments. I was listening to the conversations, and I'm very disappointed. 1 minute? 2 minutes? Is that... I'm okay, and you can also interrupt me if I'm not saying, yeah. Yeah, I can stop at any stage you say I stop. Okay, good. So I'm a bit disappointed that 5 years later we're still discussing membership, team, communication, structure, governance, GDP, how to measure all these things. You cannot successfully measure GDP, by the way. The fact that we are all here, this is GDP, so forget it. And then you're thinking of measuring of impact. That's not the job of the board or the AGM. That's the job of the secretariat. And it's not the job of the CEO. That's something and a staff can carry and can do within ASEC. I was hoping for a more enriching conversation around being a bit more strategic. How can ASEC address a bit more problems that are a bit more complex? For example, through environmental
social governance through a very good environmental social governance strategy. We can help address complex issues, for example, through setting up environmental programs. And through these environmental sustainability programs, we can help, for example, help innovators, for example, or innovation hubs, optimize, for example, resource allocation, improve transport systems through the knowledge. For example, we can help innovation hubs understand new approaches, especially with our donors and funders, on how, for example, to solve problems within their community, for example, in transport. And something else that comes to mind is how can you align yourself with the values of the donors? Donor money, no, I just want to be clear, because we keep talking, we have a donor-centric conversation here, but I have a problem with that because I work from the donor side. I've worked from the donor side. Donors don't come to Armstrong you, or it's literally their money, so forget about donors. Let's not use this language that donors are Armstrong you. Cecilia is smiling, she's from the World Bank. So the question is, how do we align ourselves with the values of the investor? And how do you promote those values? And how do you pass on that information or those opportunities to your members? I can tell you for sure there is no problem with funding in this country. Someone wants to challenge me? There's no problem, and the structure ni kujituma. You need to find out, because ASEC, for example, has gotten a lot of money from GIZ. True, false? Were you forced to take it? No, I mean, real talk. Who forced you? No, it's important to have this discussion because I've sat at ASEC and I've sat at the donor side. So the problem is not the money in this ecosystem. The challenge here is a structure of getting the money. She's smiling because she's from Kiev. I'm in the middle of a 30 billion shilling fundraising round. You can check it, it's all online on LinkedIn. You can check CSTI. There's no challenge in funding in this country, sorry. And then that's my own opinion, though. So I'm also thinking that something that ASEC needs to take seriously is also being able to build trust and reputation amongst their members. And how do you do it? I'm just giving you an example. If you align yourself with investors who want specific value out of the association, and if you got together as an association to say align yourself with GIZ or Renew Capital, as most of you have already done through, say, these projects such as GIZ, WIDO, and so forth, KIEP, and so forth. The question is, how then do you still have mistrust and reputation issues within the association, or how do you still address those issues 5 years down the line? Why are we still addressing those issues? I think it's not, for me, I don't think that's a very good discussion to have in this forum. What I was hoping is a more elaborate plan, for example, a 5-year plan broken down into maybe 1-year cycles and specific sector focus areas for each one of you, and figuring out who else is going to collaborate in those specific sector areas. Then figuring out ultimately who are partners. So I was asking a very simple question at that table. Do you know what ASEC is doing in Q3 this year? Someone knows? 1, 2, 3, no one. Okay, does anyone know? I'm just saying, if as a member, you need to figure out what your association is doing for you next month in April. Does anyone know? So a board member knows that there are elections next month because she is a board member. But an ASEC member cannot tell you if there is anything concrete the association is doing February next year, and that is a problem for this association. So we need to figure that out.
Let's get more questions in, please. Let's give everybody else a chance.
Can I consolidate this and share with you on LinkedIn?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have a three-pager I can give you guys. Not on LinkedIn. I'm glad you don't want to get embarrassed. No, we are ASEC. No, we were able to talk like this because it's an association. We need to all fit. So I'm saying it in jest and with love.
Awesome. Thanks, Chandi. So mine was, yes, let's give a round of applause, please. And again, It was very difficult to be able to champion both from within and without and remain steadfast. And this guy has been steadfast.
Plus, I've brought over 30 million shillings to us.
Makofi tafadhali. Exactly. And by the way, that's all it takes. And so part of what we're doing is to demystify ASEC so that as members you feel at home and you take ownership like Chandi is doing. Please do that. So I want to go quickly to my 2 points. One of the things I noticed is, there's a clear vision for ASEC which nobody knows, and I'm so glad that we read it. But I want to request people, please go check it out. There's one question about, are we the voice? Are we the leading voice for startups? And clearly we are not. We need to be able to be a part of KEPSA. And I'm a member, for example, of the Kenya Healthcare Federation. Kenya Healthcare Federation is an association just like this one. And what they did is they went and told KEPSA, can we become your board for all health matters? Just like CAM is the board for KEPSA for all manufacturing matters. And all we need is to say as ASEC, and if you don't mind, let me put this to you, because I put it to the board several times, and I think sometimes we lack a proper introduction. If as World Bank and as GOK, you are to go and say to KEPSA, a very warm introduction, this is ASEC, we're investing in them to build this ecosystem for startups and SMEs. Can you help them to operate like the board for the SME and startup enablers of Kenya? I think it would happen. It won't cost any money. All we need is the right introduction with the right influence for them to take us seriously so that we can start to consolidate on that part. So please, I'm putting that charge to you. And then the second one is to the rest of us. We cannot inform any policy or anything without data. The policy is evidence-driven. We are all submitting reports to our funders. We are all publishing annual reports, impact reports, and what have you. And ASEC does not get any of these things. As you send out any report, kindly push it to ASEC. I think I'd want us to have a problem of how do we, start to analyze, how do we build a machine for analysis and the kind of dashboards that can serve all of us and the ecosystem. So, but the issue of the data not being there should never be the question. So all I'm going to request is for all of us, again, we are talking to the decision makers here, whatever report that you're sending out to that donor, tafadhali CC or blind CC if there's a problem to ASEC. Thank you.
All right, there was one last one at the back.
Good afternoon. My name is Christina Njoka. I would like to just speak on one item. I saw something exciting about certification. You're thinking about certification. I just want to contribute to this particular space, and I'm saying that you look at certification from certification itself as a certificate that you earn, but also look at other ways of certifying people, like for instance CPD points. All right, those ones are low-lying, immediate. Then there's immediate benefit to the members. All right. So apart from just now going through a particular course, and then these courses probably you can do them, online, a lot of online support, because a lot of people also come from outside the whatever, and then you can have cohorts, maybe meeting once a month or something like that for a physical course. So I just wanted to contribute to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, guys, it's important to remember that all these ideas and thoughts, not only are they on record, but there'll be a deliberate effort to collect all these ideas and consolidate them. Somebody talked about what is the plan for next month, next quarter, next year. This is going into the strategic plan for the next 5 years. So remember, your voice is being heard and will be documented as part of the plan for our association. Now, we're coming towards the end. I want to ask Cecilia Mwangi to come up and say a few words to cap our discussion here today. Karibu.
Thank you. Good afternoon. As you've heard, my name is Cecilia Mwangi, representing the Kenya Industry Entrepreneurship Project, that's KIEP. And I'm loving the inclusive, honest, transparent conversation, but man, you've teared us down in the morning. But it is good that we speak about it, and it is nice that we had the feedback, and I'm not going to justify any of that. However, if there's a project that has stood the test of time, is KIEP. Yeah? From 2017 to now, and it has gone through, we almost shut, yeah? But we thank the government of today. They saw the value that KIEP is bringing into the ecosystem. We managed to salvage and justify why KIEP should continue. And that's why we are here today, because KIEP was conceptualized to bring inclusivity in the ecosystem. Even by design of it, the people who designed KIEP looked at a broad view of an entrepreneur. From the time someone is a student, because we have a student component, that student becomes either goes into employment or becomes an entrepreneur, and that goes into an acceleration process. It's part of the design. After that, we were looking at linking this startup to an enterprise, so industry startup linkage. Thereafter, we were looking at when this startup becomes a mature venture and it is ready to go to the next level, that becomes a huge SME. There's an SME component. So it was looking at a whole spectrum of an entrepreneur. And to have an umbrella or to look into all these stakeholders, ASEC was a very key stakeholder in the conversation for KIEP, because ASEC deals with all these entrepreneurs, all these stakeholders that KIEP works with. And in here today, we have enablers who are actually working for KIEP, implementing KIEP components to enable reach out to these students we are training, to enable to give intermediaries grant funding so that we can increase or we can enable them capacity build themselves. Yeah? And capacity build here meaning we do not want to talk about ESOs relying or over-relying on donor funding. We want to see more ESOs being able to self-sustain. Also ASEC. We want ASEC to own assets. Yeah? In a way that even this event can be held at an ASEC venue. And when it is not being used by any ASEC, it is being used by an ESO which is under ASEC. You see, so at least you're getting value from it. And it is not being used by an ESO under ASEC. It is being commercially used, and it is generating revenue for ASEC. So probably some of those things which ASEC needs to look into in the future, how do you sustain yourself? How do members get value from you or being in this association? Another thing that KIEP was looking keenly into when supporting ASEC is many ESOs, as you heard even in the morning, in the earlier conversations when KIEP was being conceptualized, many ESOs wanted to be part of the program, wanted to implement the program. However, after it was designed and it was advertised, not all of them were able to meet the cut. Why? Because of procurement and processes that they did not meet. So, based on that, as a ministry, we decided we are going to give funding to ASEC to enable capacity build our ESOs to be able to learn and match up to the standards that are required for international bidding. Because the amounts that the tenders, they were looking at are huge thresholds which opened the tender to international organizations. Therefore, many of our ESOs failed because of the procedures, not technical. It was purely procedures. And that's the first thing when I went into KIEP, I just asked, because I was coming from GIZ at that time, and we do not lack capacity locally. We don't. The only thing is we were kicked out of technicalities on procurement. So one of the things, now that we know KJET is coming, let's not sit comfortably and wait for KJET. ASEC is here, the ministry is here. And KJET is under our ministry, but it is under the State Department for Investment. call in ASEC, call in the ministry procurement team, call in World Bank, have a conversation. What do we need? What are these things that we need to meet, the standards that we need to meet to enable us be competitive or competitively bid with other bidders who are coming on the table? That is a conversation which, as a ministry, we are happy to support. That's why we're supporting capacity building ESOs under ASEC to enable you compete globally for such tenders. Without much, I'll also want to mention that many of these opportunities to implement were not given to outsiders. The implementers are actually in this room with us. I'll start by mentioning the support to intermediaries. David Cheboriot, and I'm sure you have seen SKIES. You can, I don't know if you have a mic. It will be nice for all these ESOs in the room to know what SKIES is bringing on the table and what value the enablers in ASEC can draw from SKIES in like a minute.
All right, great. So SKIES, which stands for Strengthening Kenya Innovation Ecosystem, has 3 targets to work with, right? So we have incubators and accelerators, we have tech bootcamp providers, and what we call rapid tech skill students. So students who need to be retooled, as in to work digitally and so on. And I think that in terms of the benefit then to the ESOs, which means your incubators, accelerators, and tech bootcamp providers, there is funding, right? From the grant funding from the project. And for incubators and accelerators, it goes up to like 400K USD. And for tech bootcamp providers, up to 200K, just to know the figures. I think what happened that maybe it was there, and when you guys agitated for it, because I think I was Joram, there was Sheila, there was Bernard and others, Chris, I think Cecilia, Chandi, maybe some of you went. When you went to ask that project comes and that you had capacity to absorb the funds, the funding mechanism that had been put at the beginning was actually that you would get advancement and grants, right, upfront. But over time, what changed? And I think World Bank, and I don't know, because we think
it is the act,
it's
government act.
Or government act. I think there was another government act that came and made it a bit difficult, that actually now required sort of co-financing or matching funds, right? Yes. That actually you have to show, for you to get the 400K, you almost have to show that you have other 400K. It could be other grant funding, it could be your own funding that actually you need to support it. That you actually have it, you're implementing those, and if you have that, then the moment you're able to show those existence of those matching funds, then now you can, let's say, be qualified to get the other amount. And most of you applied, but where we had a tricky bit when we were doing the selection was just proof and evidence that you had what was matching. For tech bootcamp providers, I can tell you for free, we didn't get a lot of applications. And I think we're going to call out again because it wasn't enough. And even there, it was not so much around the matching, because that is a grant and incentive, up to 70% if you're going to run 2 cohorts, and the majority being women. But we didn't get good applications coming through. So that is still open. And we've just done phase 1, right? And we just finished the due diligence and so on. And there is a phase 2 for it. So we'll still encourage you, if you didn't participate in phase 1, to go for phase 2. That's it, as in.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you, David. So there you go. There is, we didn't get all the numbers we needed for the tech bootcamp provider, so we'll be shooting another call to the tech bootcamp providers in the room. When you see it, apply. And feel free to just ask, what are the procedures needed? Because we are looking at the 70-30, partly also why the ministry also wants you to put your 30 is because of they need your commitment. You see, when you put in your money, you're going to put in the effort. Otherwise, if I give you 100%, because we want to measure impact. We just don't want to give you money. We want impact. We need to see the ventures grow. We need to go global. We need to create jobs. Yeah? We need to grow the industry. I'll also invite, where is she? Patricia, Growth Africa. Awesome. Just like in a minute, just mention to the enablers in the room the value proposition that you give, and whether it's open, they can just what they can tap in.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Patricia Jumi from Growth Africa. We are the guys implementing KIEP Component 1, which is the international acceleration process under Startup Savannah. And all Startup Savannah is about positioning Kenya globally to the rest of the world as a country that is innovative and that has startups that are innovative and can change the world. So I know there was a conversation in the morning, and just like Cecilia, I kind of felt subtle, attacks, if I can put it that way. And I think even as we talk about transparency and collaboration, we need to be honest about that. Some people will win something, some people won't. It doesn't then mean, for a long time we've been branded international because the two co-founders are Danish. And sometimes it's so frustrating because we are Growth Africa supporting the ecosystem to actually capacitate entrepreneurs and expose them to the rest of the world. So all of us have the same mandate. We're all working towards the same thing. So if we in the room do not see ourselves as working towards building our ecosystem and positioning it to the rest of the world, then nobody else will do it for us. When this project came about, it was about the conversation around Silicon Valley. Then the conversation became, since Kenya is the home of M-Pesa, Kenya is the home of so many other things, can we position it as the Silicon Savannah? But we didn't want to use the name Silicon Savannah because the entrepreneurs that we are promoting are not only tech. We are promoting entrepreneurs that have different kinds of innovations. So what is Startup Savannah? We are a platform. We are a platform that is helping Kenyan entrepreneurs get access to international investors, international mentors, international experts, and also access to international acceleration programs. Does that mean that we are undervaluing ourselves and competing? No. The way you've heard of Startup Chile, the way you've heard of our entrepreneurs going to Y Combinator and that, we have entrepreneurs, as Cecilia mentioned, some that start at idea stage, some will grow to become early stage entrepreneurs, some will grow to become growth stage. So what we do is we provide opportunities for these entrepreneurs to get access to the international market and to expose them to the international market. And how we're doing that is through a couple of series. We have what we call investor series that happen online. We have marketplace series that happen online. Just as an example, we've had a group of investors from Denmark that have been talking about how entrepreneurs can grow their business and attract funding for those who are in AI, blockchain, and fintech industries. The week before, we had an expose for Kenyan entrepreneurs that want to go and start up innovative businesses in Spain. Because Spain, the Spanish government has a call to attract innovative entrepreneurs from all over the world to participate in the innovation in that country. So what is our partnership with you as ASEC or as ESOs? We've been reaching out to you and saying that these opportunities that are out there, share with your members. Because you cannot be, even us as Growth Africa, you cannot be all things to your entrepreneur. You help them to one level, someone else has to pick them up. So we're not competing. All we're doing is we are exposing these Kenyan entrepreneurs to international opportunities. We have an event today at 3. And the person who is talking is a British guy who has helped M-Kopa, Kidogo, and many other organizations in Kenya and across to build the capacity of their sales team. This is now something you should share with your entrepreneurs so that they can benefit. The attribution still goes to you because then even you, when you're reporting your impact, can see that we are providing an opportunity for entrepreneurs. But what has been happening, we've been sharing the opportunities. I think we've only had a bit of ASEC, TBN, KIEP 250 have been our supporters. The rest, it's not flowing. But if we can remove the silo and just know it's all about positioning. If your entrepreneur, for instance, has an opportunity to participate in an international accelerator, or let's say there was an opportunity for investment, where does the kudos or congratulations go back to you, the ESO, that build the capacity of that entrepreneur and expose them to opportunities? That's all we are all about. How can we globally position Kenya, not only out of Africa, but to the rest of the world as an innovative ecosystem that has the entrepreneurs that can build products and services that are changing the world. We are the home of innovation, and we want to amplify that narrative so that people can actually know Kenya beyond Safaricom and Copper, but that there are also other entrepreneurs that are coming up with innovations that can impact the world, from Kenya to the world, or from wherever opportunities we can connect them to. So kindly make sure you're logging in today at 3 for your members, and let's just continue collaborating. I hope I have demystified what Startup Savannah is. I've had comments, are we competing with ASEC? We are working very well with Mercy. We are not competing. We are actually amplifying the work that we are doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Patricia. So Startup Savannah is more of a collaborator than a competitor. Finally, for component 1, we also have the industry academia, and it is led by Dr. Julius. If you don't mind, just mention the value proposition and if there are any open opportunities that all the ESOs can send to their members.
Okay, yes, Julius Gatuna here from Maastricht School of Management. We are based in Netherlands, but we do a lot of work here and around Africa. And basically one thing that we do is really trying to build innovation platforms. So this Industry Academy platform is really a platform, an open innovation platform. And this one is actually built so that on the one hand, obviously, we want to help companies to become more innovative and productive. But on the other hand, you also want to see students gain skills and also be able to network. So the idea here is a platform, you put challenges, get companies to put challenges, and then we support students to provide solutions. But then you can also ask, what kind of solutions can students provide? But obviously, one way that they can really be helpful is helping you to see things that you can't see on the horizon, because you're talking of new generations, they think differently, they see different opportunities, and sometimes if you're in a company, you are too busy to be able to see on the horizon. So that's one thing that we can really focus on. So actually we are working, we're also providing training on that area, actually, Foresight. And soon we'll be having a program with EDHEC University in France, a certification course on Foresight, strategic Foresight. And actually we'll open this one to everyone, apart from the students that are part of it. And we try to work with students around Kenya, not one particular university. Students come on their own as students, but then we form them into groups that are multidisciplinary, because one thing we want people to have different ideas come in place, and also different levels, so we also try to have them build networks. So on the one hand, obviously, they can solve a problem, which is good, and the companies can maybe decide, we like the idea, we can move away with it, and maybe see how we can use the students. But on the other hand, whatever ideas they come is theirs. So if the company may not want to move with it, we also encourage students to start thinking of how they can move forward with this idea. And this is, I think, where also they can come in and plug into other systems. So they can, there's potential for the students who graduate to also come up with the same ideas or new ideas from the experience and form startups. So I'm happy to see how we can work with everyone here. Yes, I think for now I can stop there.
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ari. So you can check at iTatu. It's called iTatu. You can just go into itatu.net. You should be able to see the opportunities. These things are free. It's available there. Just tap into it. Lastly, we have component 2, which is supported by Diana, who's representing Miras. And Diana, I don't know if you've noticed, you have quite many business development services providers here. And that's an opportunity for business. So you can just kindly 2 minutes, because then you can wrap up.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good to see some familiar faces. So I am a consultant with NIRAS, and NIRAS is doing component 2. So I'm going to just do 2 things. And if you listen to what I'm saying, you'll hear that I'm answering some of the questions I know that have been asked in the ecosystem. So when the World Bank put together this program for KIEP 250 plus, there's something called the project appraisal document. And in that project appraisal document, the PAD, one of the things they said is, and this is the World Bank, we funded so many small businesses, we've done so many small initiatives, but we're not seeing the people scaling. We are not seeing those businesses growing and becoming like from startups to small or medium-sized businesses. So what we specifically want to do is say, can we target that middle section of the businesses, because we have not done incentives, particularly for medium-sized businesses. And why is this important? Very simple. When organizations are developing, and I'll just contextualize this for us, when the organization starts, the founder is everything, right? The founder is the reason why that business is. If you don't believe me, how many of you can comfortably say, if you're not in your businesses for the next 6 months, that they'll comfortably run? Just put your hands up as ESOs. Mine is up, I was not giving an example. Just here, honest. If you're not in your business for 6 months, things will continue, especially for business development. So this is the reason why. Why were they targeting these particular companies? Because everybody knows. When I think Wild, I think Joram, I think Chris. When I think certain businesses, I will look for the individual. Not saying that there's no one behind or below, but that's the person I know, right? So they said these entrepreneurs that we are working with, they need to move to the next phase so that they can scale. And what does the next phase need? It needs improvement in management, right? So that it's not a free fall after you come from the founders, you know? After the founders, you say, yes, you have teams, but really, how many of us can honestly, comfortably say that those teams can improve things? So improving management, improving innovation. There's so much happening. Why are we doing the same thing at the same time? I remember I was struggling writing a proposal, and then someone just told me, I know, I just put it on ChatGPT, it's synthesized, and then I'm improving. And I thought, well, I feel foolish. So after spending like an hour or something, so innovation, and not only technology, because we always think about technology. It's about innovation for process, innovation in terms of access to market, and technology itself. We're not just talking about the tech startups, but about how businesses can embrace technology. So that's why they were looking for businesses that are doing 50 million and above. Because I know that was always a question. How many businesses are there? Even I was a doubting Thomas. I was. Until I went out, and this is where the beauty of CAPE comes in. I always look at who referred. Edna Ogalo from AfriScope. I don't know if she's a member of ASEC. I just want to bow down to this lady. She is nominating businesses from Busia. From places as far as Oyugis, who meet that criteria, and no, they are not traders. I myself have dealt with an SME, a lady who's making almost over, she's doing 700 million in revenues and turnovers. I spoke to her in my mother tongue. She had to go to the cyber to download the application form for CAPE. And I said, I personally, if she gets shortlisted, I will work with her. Why? Because we tend to focus and think the businesses are here, but they're not. The work is there outside. The businesses are there. And why do I honestly believe that CAPE has an opportunity? Because of people like this. Where else would we as an ESO go and say, okay, let's do this? There are two things. Will she pay for our work? She doesn't know what value we bring. We'll just go and tell her, oh, value proposition, business model. And I remember on phone when we were filling in the form, she's like, what are all those? Then I told her, just talk to me. She has it figured out. She doesn't have these fancy terms. So what's the beauty about this CAPE 250 Plus program? It's for those specific businesses. Yeah, she might not be your 10x, your 20x, but I guarantee you she'll outlive many of the startups that we have. And doesn't mean that she does not have the right to access this support that we are giving in terms of ESOs. So what are we doing as CAPE 250? We are democratizing that access to that BDS service. And why am I telling you these are service providers? I know you're on the BDS database and you're asking, we've not been chosen, I've not been selected. We only have 250 companies, and there are many, many more. So what am I going to suggest? When CAPE posts the people who are in their cohorts, imagine be proactive and reach out. These ESOs, these BDS providers who are working out in those regions, connect with them. Because if this lady is doing 700 million, I looked for her financials. That is what I was that much of a doubting Thomas. I was like, when she applies, because I'm not allowed to see, of course, but when she's so shortlisted, that's the first thing I'm going to do. So what am I trying to say? Sometimes it feels, especially when we're in certain regions, that there's not enough work. No, there is. And why is this important? I think one of the things we need to do today is understand, away from fancy catchphrases, how do we just position ourselves so that when I talk to Mary from this Mila Association, who's telling me she wants to do a high-level brand, I can sell her my service and she's like, fine, she can afford to pay, for sure. We just haven't figured out how we can do that, and that's through ASEC. So in essence, that's what 250 Plus is doing. And I hope I've addressed some of the questions in terms of why the 50 million, because those businesses are there, and they're not just traders. They're people who are adding value. We just have not found a way to position ourselves. So let not KIEP 250 be the only thing they see. It would be great if they can see some of our faces. Asanteni.
Thank you, Diana. Thank you very much. So as you've heard, KIEP was designed based on the feedback studies that were done in 2017, designed, and it's now in implementation. So I'd request to you who's in the room, reach out to all these components who are here, tap the opportunities that are available for entrepreneurs. The government is happy to support. They have shown their commitment. That's why we are here today. And even not to forget, they have even given us the visibility. There's a media in the room, APN, they have been contracted for that. So whatever we are speaking here is going to go out there. That's one of the things. We want ASEC to be out there. One of the ways is with brand positioning, brand visibility, and it's available. So the government is committed to it. Let's tap into the opportunities available and we move forward. Tutajenga Kenya pamoja. Tuambie nini, tujitole ama tujitume. Bas, thank you. Jero. Thank you very much.
Yes, just some quick feedback to the KIEP leaders, because I've been sending your minions and it seems this information is not getting back to you. The ecosystem is ready to support. I bidded for 3 components and I came second, third with our consortium partners. So we were bitter at first, but we got over the bitterness and we are like, we are happy to support, but can we do it more efficiently? Bring us together. We are the decision makers. Yeah. We are the ones who can open up our startups to you and X, Y, and Z. So, because I keep getting posters from here, and I'm like, can we all come together and look at how we can strategically, Startup Savannah, can we strategically collate all our startups that we could position there? If we don't know what the plans are, we don't know what we are getting our startups into, and so we'll hold them back. So what I've been telling Jackson, what I've been telling, different people, I think I had a conversation with Aaron, like there are different people, and I'm like, let's do these things strategically from an ecosystem level. Let's hold a webinar. Tell us what the plans are for your components, where we can support. Then we will see how we can put together that information. But if I'm always sending a poster from you, another one from you, another, it's a bit haphazard, yeah? But we are ready to support. We have nothing against you people. We have nothing against the fact that you won. It was fair and square that, we bidded and whatever. There was history to the project that, brought in a lot of politics, but we are happy to support. But my thing is, let's do it strategically. Don't isolate yourselves. Don't work in, behind the scenes, and the ecosystem can help. If I get a startup that, gets money, grows and goes international, we both benefit. They have more money to pay my fees at Sandbox. Like, we all benefit. So don't feel isolated. Don't feel like, we have something against you. We may have things to criticize. We may have input to give. Let's just take it as an ecosystem. We all benefit at the end of the day. There's another one coming. I might win and you don't, and we have to reciprocate after that. Yeah. So let's work together. We are ready to work together to help. So wherever you have gaps, just let us know. We are happy to support. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, I want to thank you first of all for being so patient. We've gone way above time. So Mercy, if you could come and maybe give your closing remarks and possibly a vote of thanks, and we can move from there.
Thank you so much, Herbert. You can have another microphone. Herbert. I want to do it as well also with Anne. We're a power team. Yay. Yeah, clap for us. Yeah. They say women don't collaborate. I don't know what they're talking about. We are here collaborating. So I want us to do it in 2 ways. One is because we really honor and value the feedback that you gave us in terms of the expectations. So it's great that we have a convening, we had a cup of tea, we've talked, but it's important to remain true to why we're here today, right? To also give you value for your time. So we'll do that. And then I'll briefly talk about the roadmap for 2024, as most of you have been asking about that. And then I will wrap up the session. So Anne,
all right. So as when we started, we set
out what we wanted to accomplish. And I know it was a list of 16 things. But I just want us to go through, see whether we have been able to accomplish anything from the morning. But for me, I think my takeaway is that we are talking. That's my takeaway. We are talking. And the second thing is that we are willing to listen. It's one thing for people to talk, but it's another thing for people to listen. We are talking and we are listening. I think for me, that is my takeout for this. And I want us to go forward listening to each other and talking to each other. Because the more we talk, the more we will be able to know what is our vision. The more we talk, the more we'll have clarity, as long as it's a structured conversation. The more we talk, the more we will be able to corroborate. The more we are going to have tangible value that we are creating, the more we are going to move the needle. But it has to start with us talking. So we start here. Keep it 100% transparent. Was that the case? Did you? Yeah? We need to go hard, yeah?
Or go home.
I think we did. Yeah, we do this? If we feel we've achieved this, we do this. If not, we do this. If we we do this. Did we achieve this? Did we achieve?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what else. Communication. Are we communicating?
Yeah.
We are communicating, right? And I think we need to go a step further. Yeah. We need to put more transparent, open conversation. I guess also it's how we put it, because I guess sometimes there are things that can be communicated and the channels that are used, sometimes because there are so many information coming to us. But we agree we are communicating. Are we transparent? Are we opening up? We are starting. Okay, so we can put a dot. We are starting. Collaborating, synergies. We have spoken about it. I think yes, I think all of us have spoken, we sat with people, we shared ideas, no one has fought yet. Yes. We are still in our good behavior. Yes, I think that has. Yes, I think what we need to do, like what Joram, the feedback Joram have given, that as we go out now, we know there are opportunities. And I know I have worked with majority of us, putting proposals together, submitting together. But beyond that, if, for example, I need to implement a project in Kisumu, most of the time I work with ESOs in Kisumu. I don't establish operation in Kisumu. Let's do more of those so that we build on this collaboration and then shared resources and shared knowledge. So collaboration, casting the vision. Did we cast the vision? Did you hear the vision? Was the vision clear? I think I would say we are getting there, right? We are getting there. ASEC country. Are we sure what we want to do as a country, not just as an association? Do we know where we are going as a, I think that's something that we need to define and then set out some plans towards that. Positioning ASEC as a voice and authority. I think we have everything we have spoken about is about this. How do we collaboratively together create a voice that becomes the authority? So I guess that was part of the conversation today. Rethinking the impact. Impact is my organization. Rethinking impact. Did we achieve that? Good. All right, so we did that. Adapting to evolving and future needs. Did we do that? Did we create some, did we touch on that? I think we did touch here in the moving needle. The way we said, I think one of the things that we said, we need to position ASEC to sit in the board of KEPSA. We need to come and the World Bank will help us to start that conversation. So I guess we are adapting to the future needs and positioning ourselves. So clarity on support to startup and SMEs. Did you do that? But was there a need to do that, Lily? No, so there was no need. So I guess we said we need to be very sure of what we are not. and we said we are not this as ASEC, right? Did we have fun? Yeah. I had fun. Had fun, but we have not eaten yet. Bring the voice of the startup and SMEs. How? Did we do that? Were we supposed to do that? The voice of, I think through the years, are we supposed to be the voice of startup and SMEs?
No. For example, like what Diana mentioned, she's actually bringing forth the needs that the entrepreneurs do have into the enablers. So having them as the front in a way. So having the enablers they're carrying the voice of the startups and the SMEs. So they also need to be empowered to capture their voice so that when they come for the discussion.
So then there need to be a clarity on this. So I just leave a mark, a star on that. Yeah. Because I think we just need to be, when we wear too many hats at any given time. We wear the hat of our ESOs, we wear the hat of our SMEs and startups, so sometimes we get lost. And when we come in this forum, we are ASEC, we are the voice of our ESOs, the organization that we work for. When we are enabled and empowered, then our ventures and our startups are able to have the voice. Identify the strength and move the needle. I think we did that. I think we did. We called ourselves out. So we did that. And ASEC supporting ESOs, clarity, who we represent, relevance, and dynamics. I think we did that. Yeah, and it's a continuous conversation. Yeah, did we do that? Yes. All right. Yeah. And finally, reflection on ASEC impact, strengthen the members' capacity. I think that has been the underlying theme of today's conversation. How do we strengthen the members' capacity who are the ASEC? So when we say ASEC have to, I always have to remind us, we are the ASEC. So we are the ASEC. So I think we achieved this in terms of how can we do it. There was very good proposals that then will be handed over to Secretariat, but also we have to strengthen the Secretariat for them to have capacity to give us the value that we are looking for. That said, we can mark that. Yeah. All right. So it's like out of 16, we were able to achieve almost 14. Let's clap for ourselves. Let's clap for ourselves. But I'm hoping as we continue to have these kind of forums, this list will reduce to 3 because we have very, very sharp clarity of what we are doing as members, as ASEC, and we are targeted towards just building value and amplifying our voice, unified voice. That's it. Thank you so much. I know Mercy is coming up to take us through the roadmap so that we are aware where we are and what we need to do as ASEC. I think one key thing I know it will be coming to us is the strategic plan for ASEC. So when that conversation comes up, please give us feedback so that then whatever it is that we put in place, it has your input, and also it has your input and your thought in terms of what ASEC can be and the activities, strategic activities that we will pursue in the next 3 years. Over to you. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So appreciate me. Thank you, thank you.
And thank you to ASEC and KIEP. Clap for them.
Thank you so much. So I won't take much time. Thank you so much also for your patience. A few things coming out of this one. Now, the reason why we held the roundtable at this time is because we are actually also committed as a board to prepare the strategic plan for the organization for the next 3 years. So everything that has been fed into the different discussions, we'll capture them and input it in a strategic document, which now will also help answer to some of the questions you're asking about where actually is the innovation ecosystem moving forward in the next 3 years. Even ASEC's annual work plan will also be shared because it's important that we all are aware of what we're doing. Remember, at the end of the day, ASEC can go
only as so far as its members, and we really entrust you to do that on the ground. So that's one thing that will come as an output out of this meeting. The second thing is on the association itself. We have the annual general meeting coming up on the 15th of March. We need you to participate, right? We're going to be asking you certain critical questions. We're going to be sharing our audited accounts, showing you actually what we've done the past 1 year. It's amazing, but we also need you to also come in and listen to that, contribute, ask questions, and even challenge some of the recommendations that we've also shared with you. So we need you to participate. Now, this year around, it's going to be different. We're hosting the first physical AGM at ASEC. Please give a round of applause for that. It's going to be physical. We're going to sit together in the same room. If you want us to fight, it's okay. We'll have a... But siblings never fight, that's true. But is this a chance again to reconnect with each other? And because I know it's only the founders who are in the room, we'll also be able to have our teams also be present. Because even for us, we believe it's not important to only empower the founder, you also have to build the capacity of your team. So the AGM will be physical, happening in Nairobi. The second thing is on the elections. So the reason why Anne also has decided to really put in a lot of time and really appreciate is because she's actually handing over her role, right? She's been the vice chair for the past 4 years, served 2 terms. That's, yeah. Leadership is not easy. For someone to say, I want to serve voluntary, there's no payment, just manage expectations. But to voluntarily say, I want to come and support the association, she has done that. And I just want to use this platform as well, just appreciate you and acknowledge the good work that you've done so far in supporting the association. So thank you so much. So we have 2 positions that are going to be up. One is for the treasurer, and the second one is for the vice chairperson. So we have our current treasurer as well here, Mr. Isaiah Gichana, and I think also we'll give you a chance maybe end just to give a word as well, because also that's a position that will be up for elections. We need the leadership to be in the board. We need your voices there. We need your strategic vision and helping to shape the direction of the organization. As you've heard, the secretariat is quite lean. The board serves a very critical function in terms of governance and strategy. So we actually invite you to think of applying for that position. The second thing, the third thing now, looking about the strengthening of the members and developing a strong, robust ecosystem, we have different interventions coming up. This year is going to be packed. If you thought last year was busy, this year is going to be ×2. Why? We are having capacity building programs, and we're going to do it in 2 ways. We'll have experts coming in to train the members, but we've also created a dedicated channel for members to also equip other members. So about the adopting of the members and adopting, adopt an ESO or train another ESO, we're going to do that, and that will be the ASEC Member Learning Week, where we'll actually call upon all our members to naturally nominate themselves to come and facilitate a masterclass, a training, or even an event to ensure that we're also capacity building and giving back to the same community. The second one is that we're going to be having regional capacity building programs. It's something you've also been asking for. We're going to target 6 regions in Kenya and actually train them. And that program ideally will be a span of 3 to 6 months, where we're going to do training, there'll be coaching, and also ecosystem events. Because we also want to, wherever county you're operating on or in, you ensure you're also infusing the local ecosystem there. So linking in with the local county government, linking in with the local universities, linking in with the different partners. And I'm really honored to also have Pauline here from Kilifi County. Thank you so much for coming. She came all the way and arrived this morning. So that is a strong testament that even the county governments also want ASEC to support them in the innovation ecosystem agenda. So that will be ongoing. The other thing is that the ecosystem portal that we have, it's a digital tool that every member can actually access and use to showcase the work that you're doing. You're talking about data. We've actually been able to build that tool and want to now roll it out to ensure that you can use that platform to enhance your visibility. Finally, is looking at the code of conduct. The previous boards that you've actually had. They helped develop the code of conduct, and I can see Tim is here and Salim was there, and many others were participating in developing that. But now what we want to aggressively do is to operationalize it, so that even as we're engaging with each other, ESO to ESO, ESO to investor, ESO to the startup, ESO to the SME, ESO to government or investors, there is a standard way of behavior to ensure fair and equitable engagement in that regard. So that will also be coming up. Finally, is just to say that this is something that I think has been uptaken very well, the Leadership Forum. It's something that we want to see whether we can also host it in the second quarter. So if you're interested in hosting it at your space, venue, we are also happy to come and bring the network there to co-host it with you, because also we want to see how we can foster collaboration even amongst each other to share resources and share the team members. And perfect. So the second one is happening at Sandbox and the third one at Growth Africa. So that already we have commitments. The final thing is we have a board at the back. If you have an upcoming event, we call it the members wall. If you have an upcoming event, you have an idea of what you want to do, there are sticky notes on the table. Please write it down. I know we don't have time for everyone to see it, but we'll definitely take a picture and share it to everyone when we're sending out as a report, so that you can be able to tap into that. And also Joanne had a fantastic idea of starting a Toastmasters, you know. Now we're going global. We want everyone to be an orator, an mini Barack Obama right here in Kenya. So that's an opportunity as well. So if you have other opportunities, do share on the members wall. We'll share it out. Now, I'd like to invite one of our long-standing members, Madam Esther, to come and give us a vote of thanks and also a closing prayer. And as she's coming up, I know, Esther, we can throw you in the water and you will swim.
All those activities are put back here.
And I have to mention all the different initiatives I'm doing. You know, she's my advisor. They are all being part of the Kenya Industry Entrepreneurship Project, sponsored by World Bank through the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry. So that also is an opportunity to link very closely also with government, okay? Let's talk to them. Why are you not investing in the startup and SME community? This is the right platform. So thank you for that. Esther?
So how many of you have been to a Kenyan wedding? Anybody who's been to a Kenyan wedding? You know the way that person is told like 2 minutes to the thing, by the way, you're giving vote of thanks. That's what has happened to me. So this was not planned at all. So if for those who are like experts in this, please forgive me in advance. But you know, I just want to say that mine is something small. I want to just say something small. Thank you to everybody who's here today. When I saw the invitation to this meeting a couple of weeks ago, I called Mercy, because I don't tend to appear to any events without understanding why you want me there. Right? So if I've been to any events, I'll always call you, please explain what the agenda is and what is the objective. And then she walked me through it, and we had to make some adjustments, by force and by fire, sorry. But I thought it was important that we don't just jump into like, this is what we're doing with KIEP, la la la, but then also bring context, bring Bernard and people like that into the room. I was worried about the time, and I think we've achieved that. We definitely went over time, by far. But also this was the first convening in a long time where we've seen so many faces, so many people. So I think it was important to reconnect. For a long time now, ASEC was sort of like people's convening and people are walking out. Cecilia. It's okay, I know, yeah, I know. So it's been really good to see your faces, but also really good to feel your energy. The energy has been fantastic. The ideas are great, you know, so I think we need to keep this momentum. This is a good start to the year, by the way. Keep that momentum. Okay, to vote of thanks duties. I would like to, first of all, give a vote of thanks to each and every one of you. None of this would have been possible without sort of like the vibrant and diverse membership that's here today. A special vote of thanks to anybody who's come from outside of Nairobi. I know there's Pauline. I know there's somebody else from Mombasa. I'm not sure if they're still in the room. I mean, a huge, huge vote of thanks to you, but also to each and every one of you on every one of these seats. We really appreciated your input, your energy, and everything you brought today. I'd also like to give a vote of thanks to the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, if there's any representative here, and to the World Bank, and to the KIEP team, all of you, including, let me see, so Diana's just walked out, Cecilia's just walked out, I can see Patricia still in the room, Daktari somewhere here, yes. So a huge thank you to you all, and please, for all the members, please engage with the KIEP team, as has already been discussed. A massive thank you to the ASEC board of members, so who's in the current board and is in the room right now? Obviously, Anne, yes. If you don't know your board, have a look at them now, with a chair right there. Huge thank you to you. Great. A huge thank you to the ASEC Secretariat. Let me tell you, when we joined the board, we didn't have a secretariat. So it's really good to see, the team. And thank you for keeping us on our feet, and please keep up the energy and the momentum as well. I'd also like to thank the hotel. I always forget to thank the venue. Thank you, Best Western Plus. We've enjoyed, and hopefully we'll enjoy the lunch as well. Huge thank you to the media team, Click. Thank you for the pictures we're going to get. And all the video footage, because I think it's important to always document what it is that we are speaking about. And last but certainly not least, please give a warm round of applause to our MC Herbert. Thank you. Yes, so I think today has been a great success, but I will challenge you to definitely keep this up. In closing, I urge each one of you to take the inspiration and insights gained here and translate them to meaningful action. Like I mentioned at the very beginning, we say things, we say a lot of things, but can we please translate them into meaningful action? That connection you've said you're going to follow up on, please do. The board, please make use of that. You should have put that up earlier, actually. Just definitely move this along. And my final, so when I told Diana, I've been told to give the vote of thanks. She said, do you have a closing line? Yes, I have. So my closing line is, here's to the entrepreneurial spirit that unites us, the resilience that fuels us, and the endless possibilities that await us. Thank you. Okay, let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you very much for this blessed day. We thank you for the people that we have been able to connect with today, and we thank you for all the endless possibilities that we can generate from being here. We thank you for each and every blessing that is with us and is to come, and we pray for the food that we're going to have. May you bless it. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you so much, Esther. You see, I knew. But so the final thing, a picture, just a picture. That's all we just need to do, so the team can help move the podium. Peter, Simon, just take a picture and then you're off to network and have a good lunch. But really, thank you so much, everyone. I really, really honor every single one of you. Thank you for being vulnerable and honest. Keep it 100 for sure. And we appreciate you. Thank you so much. So let's all of us come to the front. Before we start networking, let's all of us come to the front. Peter and Simon, just come. All right, let's move to the front. I don't know. Okay, yeah. Everyone come to the front. Grab someone and come to the front. Ah, lovely.